Chapter 876. Red Rock Island was like a chestnut in the vast sea, not worth mentioning. However, it was the only island in this tens of thousands of miles of sea, and it was also the largest island in the outer sea. On this deserted island, there were hundreds of flags fluttering. One of the flags was embroidered with a ferocious skull, giving off an evil aura, and the word skull was written on it. Another flag was embroidered with a few water patterns, and the word molten iron was written on it. The last flag was embroidered with 3 different colors, with white as the main color and red and blue as the supplementary colors. In the middle of the flag was a shining full moon, and the word March was written on it. On the sea, these 3 flags represented the 3 great mercenary groups, namely the Skeleton Mercenary Group, the Molten Water Mercenary Group, and the March Mercenary Group. Normally, the 3 mercenary groups would not interact much, and there would even be small-scale conflicts in certain aspects. However, now that they were all gathered on Red Rock Island, it seemed a little strange. The 3 mercenary groups each occupied a place in 3 directions to set up camp, and in the center was the largest tent, where loud discussions could be heard. "Old Tai, we've already been waiting here for 7 days. Can your bastard really lure the fish?" A boorish, middle-aged man shouted at the top of his lungs. This man was ugly, but full of spirit, with a string of skull ornaments hanging around his neck, and his muscles like snakes, looking extremely ferocious. He was the leader of the Skeleton Mercenary Group, Louis, known as the Skeleton Emperor, and was already at the peak of the mid-stage Mystic Emperor level. The old man he was talking to was Tai Lingong, who had just broken through to the mid-stage Mystic Emperor level, the leader of the Molten Water Mercenary Group. Apart from the 2 of them, there were 5 or 6 people at this table, all of whose aura had reached the Mystic Emperor level. And one of the middle-aged women beside Tai Lingong was actually the Yin He that Ling Xiao had been looking for. Now that she had become a low-stage Mystic Emperor, her temperament had increased by another level, and her charming figure made her more attractive among the few men. This could be seen from the men's gazes sweeping up and down her body from time to time. After Lu Yi asked the question, another Mystic Emperor said, "This time, our 3 groups have gathered here, and we can't let this wait be in vain. You, Tai Lingong, must pay for it." This Mystic Emperor was only at the peak of the low stage, and ranked 3rd among all the people present. He was the leader of the March Mercenary Group, Lu Sanyue. Tai Lingong picked up a big bowl of wine and drank it in one gulp. He said, "Don't worry, since I, Old Tai, have invited you here, I won't let you come for nothing. Just don't run away when the time comes." Of course, it's not like we're new to this world. If he dares to come, this Red Rock Island will be his burial ground. Lu Yi shouted confidently. "That's right. Maybe we don't have the strength to challenge the proud Smiling Palace in other places. But in this sea region, no matter how many people they send, it's all in vain. We will definitely take Ling Xiao's head. I'm just afraid that he won't come in person." Lu Sanyue took a sip of wine. Her eyes didn't hide her strong desire for the Yin Lotus. Tai Lingong smiled and said, "That's for the best. Come, Xiao He, pour wine for the 2 leaders. It won't take long for your worry to disappear." With a bright smile on her face, Yin He swayed her waist and poured wine into the wine cups on the table. Then, she looked at Lve and Lu Sanyue with a flirtatious look as she said, "Thank you, lords, for your help. If you need me in the future, I will do my best to help you." Although Yin He was old, she had broken through to the mystic the Archtier and looked much younger. Like a mature woman, she was still very attractive. The few people present were all thirsty people, and they naturally had improper thoughts about the only woman present. When Lu Sanyue received Yin He's wine, she even boldly stroked the back of Yin He's hand and said with a smile, "Don't worry, little He. I, Brother Sanyue, will help you kill Ling Xiao even if I have to risk my life. I don't believe that he has 3 heads and 6 arms, and that he can't deal with our combined army." "Thank you, Leader Lu." Yin He smiled at Lu Sanyue and flirted with the back of Lu Sanyue's hand. Then she continued to pour wine for the others. Lu Sanyue looked at Yin He's fat arm and felt a strong desire. If not for the fact that there were so many people present, he would have pounced on Yin He and done it with her. "Sister Xiao He, How did you offend that Ling Xiao? Now that he and his proud smiling palace are at the peak of their power, we are risking our lives to help you kill him. You should let us know about the feud between you and him." Lu Yi took a sip of wine and asked. He glanced at Lu Yi and revealed an indignant expression as she said, "It's a long story. I have seen many people, but I still misjudged this little thief. When I first met him, he was only a king stage. I didn't expect that after more than 10 years, he would become a rising star in the central region. His battle strength is comparable to the mystic Thearchas. This fated chance really makes me speechless." Back then, when he had first met Ling Xiao in the northwest, he had only been at the king level. But now, Ling Xiao was already a high-level heavenly venerate, and his battle strength was comparable to the mystic Thearchas. Such a rate of growth was truly monstrous. The few people present were shocked when they heard this. "The Ling Xiao you speak of, are you sure that he is the current palace master of the proud smiling palace? Ling Xiao, and not someone with the same name and surname?" A vice-captain of the skeleton mercenary group couldn't help but ask. "If he didn't look for me, I definitely wouldn't think that the Ling Xiao of the proud smiling palace is the same Ling Xiao I met in the northwest. The reason this little thief is so anxious to find me is because I took his beloved as my disciple in the northwest and brought her to the central region. At that time, I thought that it would be impossible for a boy from the northwest to come to the central region. Even if he could come to the central region, he wouldn't be able to find us. However, I still underestimated this little thief's ability. Now that he has released news of me and my disciple, I can be sure that he is Ling Xiao from the northwest," he explained. "Why does this sound so contradictory? If you only took his beloved as your disciple, you should feel lucky. Why are you afraid that he will come to settle the score with you? Could it be that you are even tricking your own disciple?" Lu Yi asked again. To be honest, Lu Yi really didn't want to get involved in this mess. Ling Xiao's reputation was too great. The Black Demon sect, the Gu family, and the Sha Tian organization had all wanted to kill him, but all of them had returned in vain. This had helped to boost Ling Xiao's reputation. He really didn't want to provoke such a killer unless it was absolutely necessary. However, the conditions offered by the Iron Order Party were too tempting. Moreover, Ling Xiao himself was a man with a lot of treasures. So, he had agreed to form an alliance to deal with Ling Xiao after some consideration. However, the premise was that they had to lure Ling Xiao to the East Sea. Only in this favorable sea would they have the confidence to make Ling Xiao stay. Otherwise, no one would take this risk. That boy doesn't know what's good for him. After this disciple came to the central region with me, she was taken away by someone else. He thought that I had done something to her. This matter couldn't be explained clearly, so the enmity was formed, he said vaguely. She was an elder of the Black Water sect, which no one present knew. They also didn't know about the evil cultivation technique that he cultivated. However, what she said wasn't completely false. Yun Mingqi was indeed taken away by someone not long after she brought her to the central region. She didn't teach Yun Mingqi anything. She didn't become a mystic the Arch because she used Yun Mengqi as a cauldron to swallow her. Now that Sister Xiao he has become the Arch and you have our support, it's fine if that Ling Xiao doesn't come. If he comes, we will definitely bury him in this East Sea. Lu Sanyue said confidently. Tai Linggong also opened his mouth and said, "My junior sister's matter will depend on you two brothers. Come, my junior sister and I will give you 3 toasts. Tonight, we won't go home until we're drunk." He also raised her cup and said, "That's right. Little sister thanks you brothers for your help. I will drink first as a sign of respect. All right, let's drink to our heart's content tonight. In the future, we will kill those people from the proud smiling palace." Lu Yi shouted boldly. Lu Sanyue also laughed and said, "Little sister Xiao he is straightforward. Come, let's drink until we're drunk." For a moment, the tent became lively again. Half a day had passed, and everyone was drunk. He made full use of her tricks. She kept walking among the men to adjust the atmosphere. She didn't mind these men touching her. Instead, she looked like she wanted to reject them, which made them even more lustful. In the end, when everyone was about to go back to rest, Lu Sanua hugged He impatiently. Her big hands roamed all over her body, and she said with a breath of alcohol, "Little sister Xiao He, why don't you rest in my tent tonight? I will definitely let you know how powerful you are." He welcomed her with a smile. She pushed Lu Sanua lightly and struggled out of Lu Sanua's arms like a fish. She said with a smile, "Brother Sanua, of course I know how powerful you are. However, I have something important to discuss with senior brother tonight. I will definitely come and see how powerful brother Sanua is." "That's right. There's still a long way to go. My little sister will inevitably nag you in the future. Please take care of her," Tai Linggong said. From his words, it seemed that he wouldn't let He go with Lu Sanua now. As her senior brother, he also wanted to have a good time with his junior sister. Lu Yi put his arm around Lu Sanua's shoulder and said, "Brother Lu, let's go. It's not good for us to disturb the relationship between the two of them." "Haha." Lu Sanua glanced at He reluctantly, but she had no choice but to leave with Lu Yi. When only Tai Linggong and He were left in the tent, He immediately threw herself into Tai Linggong's arms and said in a coquettish voice, "Senior brother, that Lu Sanua is so annoying. You won't have to feel wronged after I make use of them. Let's take care of senior brother's inner fire first." Tai Linggong hugged He and tore her clothes with his hands. He's right body appeared in front of Tai Linggong, which made his desire surge. He smiled lewdly and said, "Senior brother, you are so impatient. Junior sister won't run away." Chapter 877. In the boundless sea, the sea breeze would occasionally blow, and sea beasts would occasionally roar as they flew by. 10,000 miles away from Redcliffe Island, a giant blue dragon carrying a young man and woman was rapidly approaching. Behind them were nearly 100 blue water crocodiles. This vast and mighty aura was indeed extraordinary. These two were Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying, who had gone out to search for He. Ever since the tsunami, they had been wandering the sea for more than half a month, but they still hadn't found He's whereabouts. Ling Xiao was extremely vexed, and he even suspected that Ho Ming had lied to him back then. "AI, it looks like we came here for nothing." Ling Xiao sighed in disappointment. Luo Meiying comforted him. Xiao, don't be like this. Junior Mengqi is a lucky person. She'll definitely be fine." "Haha, don't try to comfort me," Ling Xiao said self-deprecatingly. Of course, he also hoped that Yun Mingqi would be fine. However, over 10 years had passed and he had already destroyed the Blackwater sect. His name had spread throughout the central region, and he had even offered huge crystals as a reward for finding her whereabouts. However, there had been no news at all. Now that he had suddenly heard news of her existence, his heart had been filled with anticipation. However, the trail had been cut short, and he was thoroughly disappointed. He regretted that he had been too merciful. If he had taken action earlier and captured Ho Ming and the others, then he would have known whether He's whereabouts were real or not. Luo Meiying didn't know how to comfort him. She could only hug him tightly and use her own body heat to silently comfort him. Even though the sky was an azure blue that connected with the sea, creating a beautiful scene, it was difficult to change the heavy mood in his heart. Suddenly, the blue dragon said, "Boss, there are quite a few human auras not far ahead." After being in the sea for so many days, they had met quite a few humans. But Ling Xiao didn't seem too excited. He didn't think that he would be able to meet He this time, but he also didn't want to appear in front of others with such great fanfare. "Dragon Lady, transform back into your human form. You should at least be able to scare others," Ling Xiao said. Then he and Luo Meiying separated, and the blue true dragon returned to its human form. Every time Luo Meiying saw Dragon Lady's beautiful appearance and her golden ratio figure, she would feel a little inferior. The only thing she could be proud of was that her breasts and butt were rounder than Dragon Lady's. The underlings behind them were also arranged by the Dragon Lady to dive into the sea. The three of them rushed toward Red Rock Island. As they got closer to the Red Rock Island, Ling Xiao immediately sensed many different auras on the island. Among them, there were a few auras that were very thick, causing him to feel a sense of danger. Without guessing, he knew that these people were mystic thearcranked existences. Ling Xiao's heart was filled with hope. He thought, could it be that there's a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel? The mystic thearchteer was not a low-grade spirit herb that could be found anywhere in the mountains. To have a mystic thearch in this sea region, apart from the Dongfang clan's previous generation elders, only the leaders of the powerful mercenary groups would have such strength. Ling Xiao suppressed his excitement and prepared to bring the two ladies to the island. Who are you? This place has already been occupied by us. Hurry up and scram. More than 10 martial artists instantly blocked Ling Xiao and company. One of them, a high-level heavenly venerable, shouted. However, just as he finished speaking, he looked at Luo Meiying and Dragon Lady, his eyes burning with passion. These two ladies had excellent looks and figures, and they were practically beauties sent by the heavens. In an instant, these mercenaries, who often faced the brink of death, were filled with lust. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and said, "My lords, please make an exception. The few of us are lost at sea and do not know the way back. Our ship has also sunk, and we need to borrow a place to rest. It would be best if my lords could give us a lift on your way back. We will definitely reward you handsomely." Ling Xiao still did not know if these people were related to Yin He. Of course, he could not kill them the moment he met them. The high-level Empyrean in the lead rolled his eyes and his tone became less cold. "Since that's the case, then you guys can go to the island first. However, you must not walk around randomly, otherwise, I won't be able to protect you." The high-level heavenly venerable immediately made up his mind. He must not let their leader see these two women. He wanted to be the first to have a taste of them. Otherwise, he would not have a share. Immediately after, the high-level heavenly venerable led his men and entered the island from another direction with Ling Xiao and company. They did not dare to fly directly into the island. Instead, when they approached, they lowered their flying altitude and speed and walked to the edge of the island. This high-level heavenly venerable's goal was to not let others see the existence of these two exquisite ladies. His companions were all so anxious that their eyes turned red. A middle-level Empyrean sent a sound transmission to the high-level Empyrean. "Captain, you can't enjoy it alone. At least leave some for your brother. What are you in such a hurry for? Quickly prepare a tent. We definitely can't let the captain see it. Otherwise, we won't have a share." The high-level Empyrean glared at the middle-level Empyrean. The group arrived at the edge of another rock, far away from where their mercenary group had set up camp. On the flat ground behind a few boulders, the middle-stage Empyrean took out a tent from his spatial ring. The high-level Empyrean revealed a complacent smile and said, "You guys rest here for the time being. When we return, we will naturally bring you guys along. You must not run around." Ling Xiao pretended to be passionate and said, "My lord, you are truly a good person. When we return, I will definitely reward you for your great kindness." "There's no need for that. Come with us for a while. There are some things I need to make clear to you first," the high-level Empyrean said with a sinister expression. If he wanted to enjoy the taste of these two top-grade beauties, of course he had to get rid of this young man in front of him first. If you have anything to say, just say it. As long as your request is not too excessive, we will agree to it." Ling Xiao replied, "Hee, is that so? Then we want the two women by your side. This request shouldn't be too excessive, right?" Before the high-level Empyrean could speak, the middle-level Empyrean impatiently laughed lewdly. He stared at Luo Meiying and Dragon Girl, his saliva almost flowing out. "This lord really knows how to joke." Ling Xiao replied with a faint smile. "Who's joking with you? If you want to die, then let the two of them accompany me for a while. Maybe I'll spare your life and bring you back at that time. If you don't want to, then you can go and die." The high-level Empyrean turned hostile and said, he didn't think that Ling Xiao and the other two were that strong. It would definitely be easy to take care of them. "Laugh. They're so annoying." Luo Meiying revealed a displeased expression. "Yo, sister, your eyesight isn't good. Look at us, which one of us isn't stronger than this brat? Take a good look." The middle-level Empyrean straightened his lower body and laughed. The other mercenary groups also laughed lewdly. In their eyes, Ling Xiao and the other two were already lambs waiting to be punished. Is there really no room for negotiation? Ling Xiao said with a sharp glint in his eyes. Cut the crap. Kill him. The high-level Empyrean shouted impatiently. As his voice fell, a low-level Empyrean suddenly attacked Ling Xiao. His fist went straight for Ling Xiao's heart. Could be said to be extremely vicious. You asked for it, so don't blame me. Ling Xiao instantly grabbed that person's hand and quickly kicked him. Bang! The low-level Empyrean was immediately kicked more than 10 meters away like a dead dog, smashing into the rubble and dying. How dare you? You actually dare to resist. Kill him together. The high-level Empyrean shouted. Ling Xiao was already enraged. Without waiting for the other party to make the first move, the ice and fire sword had already appeared in his hand. His figure started to move, slashing towards the throats of the dozen or so people. Ling Xiao didn't want to move the people on the island so quickly, so he tried to kill them as fast as possible. The sword light was like a meteor as it descended. In just a few breaths of time, more than 10 people had died under his sword. These dozen people were still standing, and even in death they didn't understand what was going on. Ling Xiao released the baleful energy again, immediately corroding and melting the corpses. He muttered disdainfully, You dare to have designs on my woman? You really deserve to die. At this time, Luo Meiying reminded, Xiao, it seems like someone is coming. I know. You just broke through to the Emperor stage, so your aura hasn't reached the level where you can freely control it. It's normal for them to be able to sense it. Since that's the case, let's go and see who they are, Ling Xiao said. Ling Xiao could sense the aura of the other mystic thearchs. Naturally, they could sense Luo Meiying's presence as well. After all, she didn't cultivate a secret art to hide her aura, and she couldn't suppress her own aura. Now that more than 10 people had died, they could no longer hide their tracks. Ling Xiao led Luo Meiying and the Dragon Lady towards the aura of the approaching people. The leader of the group was Lu Sanyue, the leader of the Tri-Moon mercenary team. He was closest to Ling Xiao and was also the first to arrive. Apart from him, dozens of mercenary experts rushed over one after another. These were all his subordinates. Who are you? Lu Sanyue hadn't arrived yet, but his voice traveled over from afar. He was a peak-stage low-tier mystic thearch, and his aura was very strong and majestic. I am the proud Smiling Palace's Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't hide anything this time and directly released his aura as he responded faintly. He had the supreme aura of a sovereign, and he looked extremely noble and imposing. You are Ling Xiao. Lu Sanyue had just steadied herself as she asked in astonishment. She also looked slightly panicked. They had been waiting for news of Ling Xiao for more than half a month. They didn't expect that Ling Xiao had already arrived on the island without them knowing. That's right. I am the proud Smiling Palace. Who are you? Ling Xiao asked. Given his reputation and the proud Smiling Palace's prestige, it was enough to shock many factions. Lu Sanyue looked at Ling Xiao and then at Luo Meiying and the Dragon Lady with a greedy look. However, she didn't dare to show it now. She had to make sure that Ling Xiao hid and wait for the other two groups to arrive. Greetings, Palace Lord Ling. I am the leader of the Tri-Moon mercenary team, Lu Sanyue. I am now resting on this island. I didn't know that Palace Lord Ling was coming, so I didn't go out to welcome you. Lu Sanyue pretended to be respectful as she replied. At this moment, the other two groups also started to arrive. Chapter 878. Ling Xiao was not surprised by Lu Sanyue's respectful reaction. His reputation had already spread far and wide in the central region. If he couldn't even intimidate a mere mercenary group leader, then his reputation would be undeserved. What are you doing here? Do you know where the people of the Iron Water mercenary team are? Ling Xiao asked continuously. Ho Ming and the others were from the Iron Water mercenary team, so they should have some fame on the sea. Ling Xiao asked this because he wanted to know where the other members of the Iron Water mercenary team were. As long as he found them, he could confirm whether the news was true or not. Lu Sanyue's expression changed slightly, And she thought to herself, does he know? Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked this. Palace Master Ling, please wait for a moment. The leader of the Iron Water mercenary team is also here. They will be here soon, Lu Sanyue said. She would hide Ling Zhao's location first. When the other two teams arrived, it would be the time of Ling Zhao's death. Lu Sanyue kept glancing at Luo Meiying and the dragon lady out of the corner of her eye, and her heart was in turmoil. I've long heard that Ling Zhao has good luck with women. Now it seems that the rumors are true, Lu Sanyue thought. Both of them were peerless beauties in the world, and their figures were even more indescribable. Any one of them was countless times more beautiful than that slut, In He. Compared to these two women, she was simply trash, unbearable to look at. Hearing that the people of the Iron Water mercenary team were here, Ling Zhao felt much better. No matter what, it was better to let him know if He was here and if Yun Mengqi was still alive. This was better than letting his imagination run wild. Ling Zhao was just about to ask Lu Sanyue to lead the way to the people of the Iron Water mercenary team when he found many auras rushing over. It seems that I don't have to look for them, Ling Zhao thought to himself. As expected, the people of the Skeleton mercenary team and the Iron Water mercenary team rushed over. After all, the sudden appearance of a mystic the Arch aura and the disappearance of a dozen people's auras was enough to attract their attention. At this moment, Lu Sanyue gave her people a look, and she also stepped back, trying to stay as far away from Ling Zhao as possible. Brother Lu, what happened here? Lui asked first. As his voice fell, he and his two companions steadily landed on the ground. Tai Linggong and Yin He also rushed over. Ling Zhao glanced around and his gaze fell on Yin He. Although Yin He had changed a little in the past 10 years, Ling Zhao would never forget her face even if she turned into ashes. If it wasn't for the fact that he trusted this woman, he wouldn't have allowed Yun Mengqi to follow her to the central region, and they wouldn't have been separated for so many years. Yin He, you bitch! Get your ass over here! Ling Zhao's eyes were filled with rage, and an unprecedented killing intent appeared. He realized that he had never hated a person so much before. Whether it was the Gu family, the people from Sha Tian's organization, or any of his previous enemies, he had never hated them to the bone. He couldn't wait to pull out her tendons and drink her blood. Ever since Ling Zhao found out that He wanted to take Yun Mengqi as her disciple to use her as a cauldron to help her break through to a higher level, he was always worried about Yun Mengqi's safety and hoped to find her as soon as possible. However, after knowing that He had broken through to the mystic the Arch realm, Ling Zhao felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. Because this could mean that Yun Mengqi was already... Ling Zhao didn't dare to think any further. The only thing he wanted to do was to ruthlessly trample on He. If Yun Mengqi was really swallowed by her, then even if He died 10 times, it wouldn't be enough to appease his hatred. Ling Zhao's voice was like thunder in spring, and everyone's eardrums were in pain. A powerful aura surged out, and the golden dragon roared at the sky. Those who were weaker couldn't help but kneel down in front of that figure. Before He could stand still, she was immediately shaken by this terrifying voice and panicked. Her blood was in turmoil, and her body staggered and fell to the ground. Fortunately, Tai Linggong, who was beside her, had sharp eyes and quick hands. He supported her and prevented her from making a fool of herself. Who are you? How dare you behave so atrociously here? Tai Linggong frowned and shouted at Ling Zhao. He didn't expect such a young man to have such an aura. Just a sound wave was enough to make his junior sister, who had just entered the Arch realm, fall to the ground. This ability wasn't any weaker than him. This has nothing to do with you. Get lost. He slut. Get over here. Ling Zhao stared at He and shouted again. His voice already contained a supreme dragon aura, and it wasn't something an ordinary person could withstand. He looked at Ling Zhao, whose aura was like the sky, and her legs couldn't help but tremble. She smiled and said, You are Ling Zhao. Ling Zhao. She didn't expect Ling Zhao to come to Red Rock Island quietly. What's more, his aura was even scarier than she had imagined. She thought that since she had broken through to the mystic the Arch realm, even if she wasn't Ling Zhao's match, it wouldn't be a problem for her to escape. However, She realized that her thinking was wrong. In front of Ling Xiao, she couldn't muster up any courage to escape. She was glad that she had planned to lure Ling Xiao to this Red Rock Island. This time, she had to make Ling Xiao stay here forever. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to eat or sleep well for the rest of her life. You are Ling Xiao. Tai Linggong pulled Yin He behind him and used his mid-stage Mystic the Arch aura to block Ling Xiao's aura. Who do you think you are? I told you to scram. Didn't you hear me? Ling Xiao looked at Tai Linggong disdainfully and shouted. Ling Xiao, you talk big. This isn't your proud, smiling palace. Tai Linggong replied faintly. Lu Yi also opened his mouth and said, That's right, Palace Lord Ling. We have been waiting for you for a long time. Ha ha. As he laughed, a few mystic thearchs immediately split up and surrounded Ling Xiao and the other two. The mercenaries on the periphery also summoned their spirit beasts. Most of these spirit beasts were water-type spirit beasts. In this sea region, there was more water power that could be used, and their attack power would be increased by another level. Luo Meiying, who was beside Ling Xiao, suddenly became nervous and said, Xiao, they must have planned this. Even without her saying it, Ling Xiao had already guessed it. It seemed that Yin He was just a prelude and he was the target of someone else's plot. The enemy had already prepared an ambush. 2 mid-stage mystic thearchs, 4 low-stage mystic thearchs, 6 half-emperors, and hundreds of celestial venerables. To deal with Ling Xiao and the other two, it looked very strong. Where are Monkey and the others? How did you get here without them? Tai Linggong questioned Ling Xiao, as if he was sitting on a fishing boat. The monkeys he was referring to were Ho Ming and the others. They are already waiting for you on the road to the Yellow Springs. Ling Xiao laughed coldly. He then looked around at the crowd and said, Do you think you can deal with me with just these few people? Palace Lord Ling, we all know of your reputation. But I believe that we have enough people to keep you here, Tai Linggong said resolutely. Behind him, Yin He had already come back to her senses. She screamed, Senior brother, quickly get someone to kill this little thief. Kill him quickly. Yin He had seen how strong Ling Xiao was, and she was extremely afraid. She definitely did not want to look at Ling Xiao any longer. 2 leaders. Let's go to the side and watch the show, Tai Linggong said to Lu Yi and Lu Sanyue. Then he retreated. Lu Yi also retreated. Lu Sanyue instructed, Don't kill these 2 exquisite girls. It would be such a pity. As the mystic thearchs retreated, the celestial venerables and their spirit beasts advanced together. Kill them all, Tai Linggong ordered. As Tai Linggong's voice fell, hundreds of celestial venerables and spirit beasts attacked at the same time. Most of them were water elemental martial artists, and so were the spirit beasts. Their attacks were all waves and hailstones. For a moment, countless attacks fell from the sky above Ling Xiao and company, forming a mountain-toppling, earth-shattering force. It was terrifying. Hundreds of celestial venerables and hundreds of spirit beasts attacked at the same time. Even a mystic the Arch would die. Moreover, this sea region had an amplifying effect on their strength. One could imagine how powerful they were. They were mercenaries who trained on the sea all year round. They were different from mercenaries who traveled in the mountains. In order to kill spirit beasts in the sea region, they had to work together. They had to work together in order to survive in such a difficult environment. Therefore, their attacks seemed well-trained and well-coordinated. They were more powerful than ordinary martial artists' combined attacks. This was also why Tai Linggong, Lu Yi, and Lu Sanyue were confident that they could keep Ling Xiao and company. Rumble, rumble. Wave after wave of powerful attacks blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Crimson Rock Island was shaken by the powerful attack, and the place where Ling Xiao and the others were standing was completely flattened. Countless rocks flew in all directions, and the waves continued to surge. After a while, everyone and the spirit beasts stopped attacking. They believed that even a high-tier mystic the Arch would be turned into dust by their fierce attacks. Haha, Ling Xiao should be dead now. He actually dared to destroy my sect and search for me. He really doesn't know his place. He laughed proudly. He really overestimated himself. I thought he would bring a few more people with him. I didn't expect him to be so frivolous. He only brought 2 girls with him. It's not good to be too conceited. Tai Linggong said disdainfully. Aya, what a pity. Did those 2 exquisite girls die as well? Lu Sanyue's heart ached. No, they are still alive. Look over there. Lu Yi shouted from the side. His eyes were fixed on the direction where the attacks had come from. The place where Ling Xiao and company were standing was already filled with water. The 3 of them had indeed been hit by these powerful attacks. If Ling Xiao was alone, he could escape or use his strong physical body to withstand the attacks. At most, he would be severely injured but not killed. However, Luo Meiying did not have such good defenses. To protect Luo Meiying, Ling Xiao had to let the Dragon Lady stand in front. She was a mid-tier 8th-tier spirit beast. The defensive light barrier she produced was not ordinary. She was also a water elemental divine beast. She was even more immune to these water elemental attacks. Chapter 879. This powerful force could drown the entire island and destroy any mystic the Arch. However, it was not enough to harm a tier 8 mid-tier divine beast, much less the strongest existence of the same element. The huge difference in strength was a chasm that was hard to bridge. No matter how many attacks there were, it would be of no use. Tai Linggong, Yin He, Lu Yi, Lu Sanyue, and the others looked at Ling Xiao and company, who were safe and sound, and their expressions turned ugly. They all exclaimed in their hearts, "The name of the new generation's prodigies is indeed extraordinary." Those mercenary groups attacked with all their might again, and countless energy blanketed the sky and earth again. This time, Ling Xiao and company were already prepared, and they quickly flew up from where they were. "Dragon Lady, protect Meiying!" Ling Xiao shouted, and the golden dragon spear appeared in his hand. At the same time, he summoned the golden dragon Wolf King and charged towards one of the mercenary groups. At this time, Ling Xiao's defense was fully activated. His physical body was comparable to a saint artifact, and he also had the high-grade saint artifact, the golden dragon spear. He moved like the wind and attacked with his formless spiritual energy. Before the mercenary group in that direction could touch Ling Xiao, more than 10 of them had already fallen. Ling Xiao fought with all his might, and the tyrant dragon spear art was even more powerful. A terrifying dragon roar shook the surroundings. Even though the mercenaries of the Heavenly Venerables had joined forces, Ling Xiao had still managed to tear a path of blood through their ranks. The mercenaries didn't even get to see Ling Xiao's figure before they were blasted to death. On the other side, the Dragon Lady did not attack. She only protected Luo Meiying and did not let her get hurt. Luo Meiying did not want Ling Xiao to take the risk alone. She said to the Dragon Lady, "Go and help him. I can protect myself." After all, she was a low-tier mystic the Arch. Did she not even have the ability to protect herself? In Ling Xiao's eyes, she indeed did not have the ability to protect herself. After all, there were many people here, and there were a few mystic thearchs eyeing her from the side. Her strength did not seem to have any advantage. It was not that the dragoness did not want to help, but she obeyed Ling Xiao's orders. She was only responsible for protecting Luo Meiying, so there was no need for her to help for the time being. In the face of those attacks, the dragoness just casually blasted them back. She did not take the initiative to attack, but many people still fell at her hands. Ling Xiao was in high spirits. With the golden dragon spear in hand, he was like a dragon entering the sea, killing these mercenaries. The few great mystic emperors who were watching the battle from a distance grew increasingly gloomy. We must not let him continue killing. Otherwise, all of our people will die. This brat is too scary. Louis shouted. These people were all elites in their mercenary groups. Every death was a heavy loss. What's more, they had lost dozens of people in just a few blinks of an eye. If this went on, even if they killed Ling Xiao, their mercenary group would only be left with the bald commander. What use would that be? That's right. We have to use the second plan. We have to kill this brat as soon as possible. Lu Sanyue also responded with a livid expression. Tai Linggong hesitated for a while and said, All right, then let's let this brat know how powerful we are. We must let this brat die here. He said viciously. Immediately after, they all summoned their spirit beasts. They dared to lure Ling Xiao to Red Rock Island because they were 100% confident that they could kill Ling Xiao. Apart from the joint attack of hundreds of heavenly venerables, they naturally had a backup plan. Their backup plan was to rely on their powerful protective spirit beasts. Although Lu Yi was only a middle-stage mystic the Arch, his spirit beast was an 8-clawed cockroach fish. Its body was like a small hill, and it had big eyes and a sharp mouth. It looked very ugly, and its 8 tentacles kept shaking and retracting as if it was showing off. Tai Linggong's spirit beast was also an 8-clawed cockroach fish. It was a giant sea shark. Its huge body looked very bloated, and its big mouth looked very ferocious. The fangs it showed were extremely sharp and bloodthirsty. Lu Sanyue's spirit beast was slightly weaker, but its strength was still stronger than a low-stage mystic the Arch like him. It was a striped snake python at the mid-stage of the 7th stage. It had a bit of dragon might and was extraordinary. Its aura was not weaker than the 8-clawed cockroach fish or the giant sea shark. He's spirit beast was her blue-crowned rock, which was a spirit beast at the same level as a flood dragon. It was already a low-stage 7th-stage spirit beast. Its blue crown was very eye-catching, and its long blue tail was also very beautiful. The spirit beasts that the other mystic thearchs had summoned were also above the 7th stage. 1 or 2 of them were even a level stronger than their masters. Under normal circumstances, any martial artist's protective spirit beast would be at the same level as the martial artist, or 1 level lower. Some martial artists were especially lucky, and their spirit beasts would be stronger than themselves. The latter type of martial artist either had their spirit beasts subdued by their elders, or their spirit beasts had encountered some good opportunities that helped them advance faster. After all, there were not many people like Ling Xiao who could make 2 divine beasts pursue him loyally. However, the spirit beasts of the 3 mercenary team leaders were a level stronger than themselves. This was a little strange. Why did this happen? Of course, it had something to do with the environment of this sea region. In fact, in this sea region, many powerful martial artists' protective spirit beasts were a level or even 2 levels higher than themselves. This didn't mean that the spirit beasts in the sea were easy to subdue. It was just that there were a lot of spirit beasts in the sea, and the competition was more intense. Although the sea region was incomparably vast, the truly powerful spirit beasts all had their own territory and viewed any opponent as food. Therefore, there were many spirit beasts that were on the verge of death in the sea region. Many mercenaries on the sea were lucky enough to bump into these spirit beasts. Without much effort, they could subdue them. This was also the reason why the 3 mercenary team leaders could have spirit beasts that were of a higher level than them. It was also because of this that they had enough confidence to lure Ling Xiao to the sea and had the confidence to make Ling Xiao stay here forever. After all, 2 Tier 7 high-stage spirit beasts were comparable to 2 peak-stage mystic thearchs. Even if Ling Xiao brought people over, he wouldn't bring many high-stage mystic thearchs, right? Moreover, there were only 3 of them now. Wouldn't it be easy to deal with them? If the dead mystic thearchs from the Gu clan or Sha Tian knew that this was their plan in the Yellow Springs, they would definitely jump up from the ground and curse. You are all a bunch of fools who were kicked by a donkey. If these few high-stage spirit beasts were enough to kill Ling Xiao, then Ling Xiao would already be on his way to the Yellow Springs. Everyone, disperse! Lu Yigao shouted and commanded his 8-clawed cockroach to attack first. Tai Linggong, Lu Sanyue, Yin He, and the others also commanded their respective spirit beasts to disperse. 10 Tier 7 spirit beasts were comparable to the hundreds of heavenly venerates and 6th-grade spirit beasts in front of them. 10 different spirit beasts flew into the sky and surrounded Ling Xiao. They glared at Ling Xiao angrily and shot out elemental attacks from their mouths. The attack of a Tier 7 spirit beast was incomparable to that of a Tier 6 spirit beast. Moreover, they could borrow more water elemental spirit energy from the surroundings. The tentacles of the 8-clawed cockroach seemed to be able to extend infinitely as they wrapped around Ling Xiao. Even a peak-stage mystic the Arch would find it hard to break free once he was entangled. The giant sea shark opened its bloody mouth and tried to devour Ling Xiao. Its terrifying mouth was terrifying to look at, The snake python and the rock waited at the side for an opportunity. The rest of the spirit beasts guided the surrounding waves to attack Ling Xiao. Countless waves came like tsunamis, crashing towards Ling Xiao. Their speed and strength were extremely terrifying. Even a high-stage mystic the Arch would find it hard to deal with them. Ling Xiao was only a high-stage heavenly venerate. No matter how fast he was, he could only dodge the attacks of the eight-clawed cockroach and the giant sea shark. He couldn't dodge the attacks of the other spirit beasts. Fortunately, his body was comparable to a saint artifact. Although his blood was surging from the attacks, it wasn't enough to cause him serious injuries. However, he was worried that he would be caught by the eight-clawed cockroach or devoured by the giant sea shark. After all, these two were famous for their ferocity in the sea. The Golden Wolf King's third eye didn't even have a chance to display its power before it was smashed by the waves and sent flying far away. Dragon Lady, hurry and save Xiao. He can't take it anymore. Luo Meiying grabbed the Dragon Lady's arm and begged. Don't worry, boss will be fine. The Dragon Lady wanted to help as well. However, she wouldn't act recklessly without receiving a voice transmission from her boss. If you're not going, I'll go, Luo Meiying said indignantly. She wanted to fly towards Ling Xiao. However, she was held back by the Dragon Lady. She couldn't leave even half a step. Haha, I told you that he would die in the sea. Even if there were a few more Ling Xiao, he would still die. Tai Linggong laughed heartily. This time, he was taking a huge risk to stand up for his junior sister. If Ling Xiao hadn't destroyed the dark water sect that he used to be in, he wouldn't have gone against Ling Xiao. That's right. We are in charge here. So what if he is a genius of the new generation? He is a tough duck here, and we are the overlords of the sea. Lu Yi agreed. He. In this place, even a dragon has to coil up, a tiger has to crouch, and even a girl has to lie down. Lu Sanyue sneered as she flew toward the Dragon Lady and Luo Meiying. In his eyes, Ling Xiao was already a dead man. These two exquisite girls were also food on his plate. He couldn't wait to enjoy them. Two of his subordinates went with him. He knew that these two exquisite girls were not easy to deal with. Boss, I will capture them for you to enjoy. One of the low-tier mystic thearchs wanted to be the first to act. As he spoke, he formed a seal with both his palms. The surrounding seawater surged in from all directions. Water dragon binding prison. The waves formed several huge water dragons that flew towards the two girls. They were not weak at all. Just as the water dragons were about to surround the two girls, the Dragon Lady made her move. Her seemingly petite fist had the power to break through the waves. With one punch, the water dragons were sent flying. Bang! The powerful fist force did not stop there. It flew towards the low-tier mystic the Arch who had made the move. Before that low-tier mystic the Arch could react, the fist force pierced through his chest. His entire body flew far away like a cannonball. He died instantly. Chapter 880. It wasn't strange for a mid-tier 8th-tier divine beast to kill a mystic the Arch with a single blow. However, such a simple blow was extremely shocking to Lu Sanyue. He didn't expect such a delicate beauty to kill a brother who was almost as strong as him with a single blow. That was a mystic the Arch, a person who would be respected no matter where he went. He and the other half the Arch stopped in their tracks and didn't dare to take another step forward. They even retreated rapidly. Two leaders. This side is the most troublesome one. Lu Sanyue couldn't help but cry out in fear. He could tell that one of the women had just become a mystic the Arch, but he couldn't tell how strong the woman who had attacked just now was. From that one blow, he could guess that this woman's strength had probably reached an unimaginable level. He really couldn't understand how they cultivated. The three of them looked like they were only in their 20s, but their battle strength had already surpassed these old fellows who had lived for 2,000 or 3,000 years. Hearing Lu Sanyue's cry, Tai Linggong, Yin He, Lu Yi, and the others all turned to look in her direction. What the hell are you doing? Can't you even handle two chicks? Lu Yi looked at Lu Sanyue in disdain. Maybe these two chicks are a bit troublesome, Tai Linggong said with a dark expression. I'll let my blue rock deal with them, Yin He suggested. Lu Sanyue had already returned to the others. With a panicked expression, he said, My brother, Fan Dao, was killed by that blue-haired woman with a single blow. Damn, she's too scary. What? The few of them exclaimed at the same time. Fan Dao was a low-tier mystic, the Arch. Even the strongest Lu Yi couldn't kill him with a single blow. They all looked at the Dragon Lady and Luo Meiying, becoming fearful. The two women just watched from the side as Ling Xiao struggled to defend himself. One was as calm as still water and had no intention of helping, while the other was anxious and helpless. No, I can't do this anymore. I have to leave immediately. Otherwise, we will all die here. Lu Sanyue hesitated for a moment before making a decision. Do you think you have a choice now? Once Ling Xiao escapes, we will all die. Tai Linggong looked at Lu Sanyue coldly and said, That's right. This time, we have to keep them here to prevent any future troubles, said Lu Yi through gritted teeth. He regretted it now. He thought that he had made a profitable deal this time, but who knew that he had underestimated the strength of Ling Xiao and the others. Now it was uncertain who would emerge victorious. Lu Sanyue felt sad in her heart. It was impossible for her to leave by herself. They could only hope that the spirit beasts would quickly kill Ling Xiao so that they could join forces to kill the other two girls. Ling Xiao was now surrounded by layers upon layers. His feet were being attacked by powerful waves, and he was almost dizzy from the bombardment. As a high-level heavenly venerate, he had fought against 10 Tier 7 spirit beasts for such a long time without dying. This was already something to be proud of. But would Ling Xiao be satisfied with this? He did not ask the Dragon Lady for help. His goal was only to train himself. Now that he had achieved his goal, it was time for him to end this game. At this moment, Ling Xiao's speed slowed down, and he was immediately caught by the octopus cockroach. The octopus cockroach excitedly spoke the human language. Little guy, let's see where you can run to now. It was not surprising that a Tier 7 spirit beast could already speak the human language. Its tentacles were very powerful, and they wrapped around Ling Xiao's waist. He could not breathe, and he felt that his waist was about to break. It lifted Ling Xiao and was about to throw him into the giant sea shark's mouth. The giant sea shark was famous for its ability to devour everything. Could even swallow a huge rock into its mouth, let alone a mere human. This human was not even enough to fill the gaps between its teeth. Ling Xiao, who was caught, did not show any panic. Instead, he grinned with difficulty and said, I let you catch me on purpose. Do you believe me? When he said this, his eyes were full of rage. He did let the octopus cockroach catch him on purpose, but whether it believed him or not, he had already proved it with his actions. Purple flames overflowed from his body. The upgraded demonic demon fire was a heavenly fire that could burn anything. When the octopus cockroach was using its tentacles to throw Ling Xiao away, its tentacles were already stained by the heavenly fire. Screech! The heavenly fire was extremely fierce, and in a flash, a large piece of flesh was burned off from its huge tentacles. The octopus cockroach could not help but retract its tentacles and let out a blood-curdling screech. When it retracted its tentacles, it did not forget to spray water from its mouth to extinguish the fire. Unfortunately, the principle of water extinguishing fire did not come true. The fire spread all over its tentacles, and it was about to burn its body. The 8-clawed cockroach wasn't that stupid. It decisively discarded the burning tentacle to prevent the fire from spreading to its body. Ling Xiao did not have time to pay attention to the octopus cockroach's situation. He was already in front of the giant sea shark's basin and was about to be swallowed. Ling Xiao's body made a beautiful turn to stop his momentum. At the same time, he pointed with his finger, and a ray of fire shot directly into the octopus cockroach's mouth. Whoosh! Roar! The heavenly fire instantly burned its tongue, and it immediately roared in pain. Its situation was different from the octopus cockroach. Even if it cut off its own tongue, it could not extinguish the fire. The poor octopus cockroach plunged into the sea, but unfortunately, it still could not save itself. The purple flames lingered on the surface of the sea for a long time. Great shark! Tai Linggong shouted in shock. In his sea of consciousness, his connection with the giant sea shark had already been cut off. Without guessing, he already knew that his protective spirit beast had died. Ling Xiao was serious. He felt that it was much easier to deal with spirit beasts than humans. Because their bodies were too big, as long as he used his speed and gave them some heavenly fire, they would almost certainly die. 10 Tier 7 spirit beasts. At the beginning, they had the upper hand. Now, in a few blinks of the eye, there were only 4 left. 6 of them had been burned alive by Ling Xiao's heavenly fire. We cannot let this go on. We have to work together to kill him. Lu Yi made a prompt decision. Tai Linggong also nodded and said, "That's right. Let's go together. We have to be careful of his flames. That is the heavenly fire." Yin He reminded. After speaking, the few mystic thearchs finally deduced the power of their world and shrouded over Ling Xiao. The mystic thearchs used all their strength to fight. This aura was undoubtedly very strong. Luo Meiying, who was not far away, stared at their power of the world and seemed to have some understanding. She had just realized the power of the world and had not tried it yet. Now that she saw how others used it, she naturally had some reaction. "Dragon Lady, move aside. I want to practice. I will not be a burden to Xiao in the future," Luo Meiying said very firmly. The Dragon Lady would not listen to Luo Meiying's orders. Luo Meiying said again, "You just watch from the side. If I am in danger, you can definitely save me in advance, right?" This time, the Dragon Lady let go of her hand. Just as Luo Meiying said, she would protect him from the side. There would probably not be any trouble. Luo Meiying made her move. Her power of the world was displayed for the first time in front of everyone. A huge wave suddenly fell from the sky. Countless waves swept over, and a strong sea wind started to wreak havoc. Luo Meiying's power of the world was the tsunami heaven's might. It had reached the middle grade spirit grade. Above this sea region, there were countless waves that strengthened her power. Now, the power of her world was comparable to that of a superior grade spirit grade power. Luo Meiying naturally did not want to share the burden for Ling Xiao. She knew that she would only cause trouble if she went over. She attacked the other celestial venerate mercenaries who had stopped attacking. The powerful tsunami heavens might immediately drown a few celestial venerates. The powerful force shook their internal organs until they were in a mess. These mercenaries were not ordinary people. Once again, they joined forces to fight against Luo Meiying. However, the Dragon Lady would not give them such a chance. Any power that could threaten Luo Meiying was blocked by her in advance. Luo Meiying did not have any worries. She put all her effort into deducing her own power of the world to fight. She also used a very fast speed to adapt to her own battle strength. She also understood the profound mysteries of using the power of the world. While Luo Meiying was fighting with ease, Ling Xiao's side was not careless either. Although the opponents seemed to be stronger than him, one should not forget that he had a spiritual attack that no one else had. This meant that these commanders were destined to suffer a tragedy. Ling Xiao's spiritual power could not instantly kill them. However, it could attack their sea of consciousness. It would cause them to temporarily lose their ability to attack. They would become his prey. There was no need for any extra time or movement. In just a few breaths, 3 mystic thearchs had died. Lu Yi, who was the strongest among the 3 commanders, was the first to die. Yin He and Lu Sanyue were scared out of their wits. The 2 of them did not even think about it. They retreated without any backbone. The others also wanted to retreat, but they did not have the time. Ling Xiao was already in front of them. "Do you really think you can escape from me?" Ling Xiao looked at Lu Sanyue coldly. He threw the golden dragon spear in his hand. The golden dragon spear pierced through the back of Lu Sanyue, who was running away, and nailed her into the distance. When Yin He saw this, her whole body trembled. She actually lost her balance and fell from the sky. Ling Xiao did not seem to want her to fall. His figure was already in front of her. He raised his leg and kicked her onto the rocks on the ground. Yin He screamed in pain. Fresh blood spurted out, and it looked very bright. Ling Xiao's kick was very controlled. He did not kill her. She was only slightly injured, Ling Xiao's figure flew down from the sky like a mountain. His foot directly stepped on Yin He's lower abdomen. Yin He did not even have the courage to resist. She screamed again and vomited blood. She looked indescribably pathetic. You really made it hard for me to find you. You actually dared to lie to me and Mengqi. You told me where Mengqi is now. Ling Xiao roared at Yin He angrily. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. If it was not because he wanted to know whether Yun Mingqi was dead or alive, he would have immediately stomped this bitch to death. Chapter 881. Yin He would never have dreamt that she had schemed against Ling Xiao and tried to kill Ling Xiao as soon as possible so that she would not be like a street rat that had to hide everywhere. Ever since she saw that Ling Xiao was looking for her and Yun Mengqi's whereabouts, she could guess why her sect was suddenly annihilated. Ling Xiao must have heard about the evilness of the Black Water sect when he arrived in the central region. He then thought of the reason why she forcefully accepted Yun Mengqi as her disciple. Therefore, Ling Xiao was definitely looking for her to kill her. Actually, she could hide in a corner and live the rest of her life incognito. Not many people knew her anyway. However, she could not stand such a cowardly life. This was not what she wanted. She once thought of asking for help from the Devil Sect headquarters. However, she was just an elder of a branch sect. How could she be welcomed? Finally, she came to the East Sea to seek protection from her senior brother, Tai Linggong. This senior brother of hers was really caring towards her. He even cared for her directly in bed. Fortunately, she was not a woman from a good family. She could only take pleasure in this kind of thing. Tai Linggong had dominated the sea for many years. He had collected many good things and accumulated a lot of wealth. At the same time, he had bid for the Mystic the Arch elixir at the auction. He was able to break through to the Mystic the Arch level because of this Mystic the Arch elixir. After she broke through to the Mystic the Arch level, she was even more unwilling to be wanted by Ling Xiao. Finally, she came up with this method of inviting him into the trap. Unfortunately, in the end, she still underestimated Ling Xiao's strength. She had heard of him fighting 10,000 people alone. However, she always thought that it was an exaggeration. She had heard that Ling Xiao had killed the Gu clan's Mystic the Arch. However, that was only a low-level Mystic the Arch. She had heard that he had defeated the number 1 demon of the spiritual martial court, Wu Bufan. However, that was only a peak heavenly venerable. It was nothing. She didn't think that Ling Xiao would have a chance to escape from such a siege on the sea. There were hundreds of heavenly venerables, hundreds of Tier 6 spirit beasts, close to 10 mystic thearchs, and 10 Tier 7 spirit beasts. Such a lineup was enough to shake a top-notch Grade 4 sect or even an ordinary Grade 3 sect. However, in the end, no one was able to do anything to him. He had even killed so many people. Lu Yi and her senior brother, who were mid-level mystic thearchs, were actually killed with a single strike. Now that she was being heavily stepped on by him, she realized that Ling Xiao wasn't an ordinary high-level heavenly venerate, nor was he an ordinary demonic genius. He was a devil that couldn't be understood with common sense. If she could turn back time, even if she was a high-level mystic the Arch, she wouldn't have provoked such a devil. "Speak! Where is Mengqi?" roared Ling Xiao. He increased the strength of his foot, forcing Yin He into the crack. Yin He spat out a mouthful of blood, looking extremely battered and exhausted. She replied with an incomparably panicked expression. I don't know where she is either. Bastard. If you don't know, who else knows? Ling Xiao was furious and stomped down again. Kacha. Ah. Following the sound of bones breaking, Yin He let out a heart-wrenching scream. One of her feet had already been deformed. Yin He spat out blood and begged. I really don't know. I brought her to the central region not long ago. She was taken away by someone else. Are you serious? Ling Xiao asked with a joyful expression. Yin He nodded impatiently. I really didn't lie to you. I really didn't lie to you. Ling Xiao wanted to continue asking but hesitated for a moment. In the end, he didn't ask anymore. The high-grade spirit incantation was like an invisible ripple that rushed into Yin He's sea of consciousness. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult for his incantation to control a martial artist of a higher level than him. However, it was a different story if this martial artist was seriously injured. He was instinctively afraid of Ling Xiao. When Ling Xiao's high-grade incantation entered her sea of consciousness, her soul almost had no chance to resist before it was branded with the high-grade incantation. Speak. What happened after you brought Meng Qi to the central region? Tell me everything. Ling Xiao sat down and suppressed his emotions, waiting for He's answer. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. In his heart, he prayed that Meng Qi would be fine. Thus, he told him everything that happened after she brought Yun Meng Qi to the central region. It turned out that Yun Meng Qi and he did not return to the Blackwater sect. Instead, they found a place to settle down. He intended to use all her strength to nurture Yun Meng Qi so that she could reach the high-level Earth Sovereign stage as soon as possible, or even higher. He would then be able to devour Yun Meng Qi's essence energy and break through to the Mystic the Arch stage. Yun Meng Qi had a pure water attribute body. If she absorbed her essence energy, He's body would also change. This would be very beneficial to her future cultivation. This was the special feature of the evil cultivation technique that they cultivated. Under He's nurturing, Yun Meng Qi's speed of advancement was also shocking. In just a short year, she had already reached the peak of the high-level king stage. It wouldn't be long before she had the chance to become an Earth Sovereign. This was inseparable from her physique and inheritance. It was a pity that good times did not last long. One time, when he brought Yun Meng Qi out to train, they met a mysterious person. Although he was a high-level heavenly venerable, she did not even have a chance to attack before she was sent flying by that mysterious person. She knew that the mysterious person had shown her mercy. Otherwise, she would have been dead. Yun Meng Qi was forcibly taken away by that mysterious person. From then on, he and Yun Meng Qi were separated. Her plan to use Yun Meng Qi as a cultivation vessel was also ruined. Hearing this, Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. At least he could accept this outcome. It was much better than the other outcome. Do you know who took Yun Meng Qi away? Ling Xiao asked again. If Yun Meng Qi had only been taken away and nothing had happened to her, she should have received news of his whereabouts over the past 10 years. However, he had sent out a message to look for her, but there had been no reply. He could not help but wonder if Yun Meng Qi was in a remote forest, isolated from the rest of the world. She would not know what was going on outside. I don't know who it was, he replied. Ling Xiao pondered for a moment and said, what did he look like? What special characteristics did he have? He was also silent for a while before saying, she was a woman very young and very beautiful, and there was a lotus pattern between her eyebrows. It was very stunning and eye-catching. Hearing this characteristic, Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief once again. Being taken away by a woman was better than being taken away by a man. After all, Yun Meng Qi was a peerless beauty, and he was worried that she would be robbed. Since the other party was a beautiful and young woman, she probably wouldn't have any designs on Yun Meng Qi's beauty. It was just that he didn't know what the other party was thinking. For example, she might have seen that her physique was good and wanted to take her in as a disciple. The central region was vast and boundless, and there were countless strange people. A young and beautiful woman didn't mean that she was young. Maybe she was an old monster who had maintained her appearance. Take the Feng clan's aunt, Feng Qingyuan, for example. She was the most typical example of an old man who didn't age. Ling Xiao asked he a few more questions and realized that she no longer had any value. Thus, he stood up and said faintly, "Kill yourself." "Yes, master," he respectfully replied. Then, with a light swipe of her sword across her neck, she immediately died in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's hatred towards her also disappeared with her death. He had also obtained the answer he wanted. Although it wasn't the most ideal answer, he was satisfied. Although he didn't find Yun Meng Qi, he had put down a large stone in his heart. He firmly believed that if they were fated, they would definitely meet again in the future. A woman with a lotus pattern on her forehead. I will definitely be able to find you, Ling Xiao secretly said in his heart. Ling Xiao turned his head and looked in the direction of Dragon Girl and Luo Meiying, a strange expression flickering in his eyes. This is also good. In any case, I will have to train myself sooner or later. Ling Xiao revealed a faint smile as he muttered to himself. Luo Meiying chased after those mercenaries and killed them until the sky was dark. Her methods of killing became more and more proficient, and she became more and more proficient in using the power of the world. Her tsunami heavenly might gave off an oppressive aura, and its lethality was also extremely terrifying. Those mercenaries had the advantage in numbers, but their combined attacks were all blocked by Dragon Girl. They couldn't threaten Luo Meiying at all. It was unknown which mercenary saw that Ling Xiao's side had already killed all of their captains. He cried out in panic, "Everyone run! Captain has been killed by Ling Xiao." They were already scared out of their wits by Luo Meiying. Now that they heard that their captain had actually been killed, all of their morale plummeted. One by one, they immediately mounted their own spirit beasts and fled. However, could they escape? Dragon Girl let out a long howl, and a group of rank 6 blue water crocodiles rushed out from the seabed. The mercenaries were chased and bitten by the blue water crocodiles. Their limbs flew everywhere, and quite a few of them even became food for the blue water crocodiles. The seawater had long since been dyed red, making it look extremely sinister. Several hundred heavenly venerable mercenaries and several hundred 6th-grade spirit beasts had already been killed by Ling Xiao. Over 100 people and over 100 spirit beasts had already been killed by Dragon Lady. Luo Meiying had also killed close to 100 of them. The remaining mercenaries had long since lost their confidence. Basically, none of them had been able to escape the pursuit of the blue water crocodiles. After this battle, the captains and all the elites of the 3 great mercenary regiments in the sea had all been killed. The 3 great mercenary regiments had also been removed from the sea. Not long after, other mercenary regiments that were second only to them quickly replaced their positions. On Red Rock Island, Ling Xiao was roasting beast meat, looking very relaxed and contented. The 2 women sitting beside him were like the most beautiful scenery, adding a bit of color to this isolated island. "We'll go back after this meal," Ling Xiao said and gave each of them a large piece of roasted meat. However, at this time, Dragon Girl said, "Boss, I'm afraid we can't go back now." Chapter 882. Ling Xiao didn't understand what the Dragon Lady meant by this. He looked at the Dragon Lady with a puzzled expression and asked, "Why do you say that? Could it be that you want to stay here?" These days, he could feel the Dragon Lady's fondness for the sea, her joy in swimming in the sea, and her aura had grown slightly stronger. She was a water attribute divine beast after all, and in this sea that was filled with water attribute spiritual chi, she would definitely be like a fish in water. The Dragon Lady didn't answer. Instead, she pointed in a direction and said, "Boss, look over there. What's that?" Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying looked in the direction the Dragon Lady was pointing. They saw the little brothers waiting near Red Rock Island, all revealing looks of panic. They climbed up the island one after another, looking as if they had encountered something even more terrifying than themselves. They kept hissing and squeezing towards the Dragon Lady. "What's going on?" Luo Meiying asked nervously. She and Ling Xiao immediately acted as if they were facing a great enemy, ready to intercept and kill these blue water crocodiles at any time. "It's nothing. They're just frightened," the Dragon Lady said, her eyes staring at the churning seawater, full of vigilance. These blue water crocodiles were crawling in front of the Dragon Lady, growling something in a low voice. Ling Xiao asked, "What happened?" Something strange must have happened for these rank 6 blue water crocodiles to act like this. Could it be that there was an even higher level spirit beast nearby? "They said that the Imperial family has come," the Dragon Lady replied. "The Imperial family has come?" Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying were puzzled. The seawater within 1,000 miles of Red Rock Island was constantly churning. Huge bubbles kept appearing, and the sound of water splashing could be heard. It was as if a disaster was about to happen, and the atmosphere became oppressive. The dragon lady's expression was solemn, and Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying were also nervous. What was the imperial family of the sea? Could it be that this area was occupied by some powerful spirit beast? To be able to be called the imperial family, there must be an extraordinary existence. All of a sudden, the surging seawater actually parted to the left and right, and a group of people came over as if they were treading on water. The appearance of this group of people was very strange. Their figures and facial features were similar to humans, but they had many slender ears, large eyes, tentacles on their foreheads, and strange hair of different colors. They wore strange armor that looked like beast shells, and they held long branches in their hands. They were barefooted, and their expressions were stern as they separated into groups. This group of people split into two groups. On one side, there were nearly 100 of these strange people. They seemed to be the vanguard team, and the real people were still behind them. Sure enough, not long after they stood still, someone else walked out from the bottom of the sea. This time, there weren't as many people as before, only 3. The 3 of them had different appearances and expressions. On the right was a man. He was very tall, at least 2 heads taller than the average person. However, his height was disproportionate to his body. He was as thin as a bamboo pole, and his skin and bones made people feel as if he was always malnourished and abused. His hair was shaped like a broom, and it was bright red like fire. The exposed arms and legs had strange patterns, which were especially eye-catching. On the left was a beautiful young woman. She looked delicate, with sharp ears, and there was a captivating red star pattern between her eyebrows. She had a full chest, a slender waist, and a high buttocks. This stunningly beautiful body was only covered by the 3 dangerous areas, which were covered by the blue skin pattern. The other parts of her body were exposed, and her smooth jade-like skin had spiral patterns. She looked very bewitching and had a wild flavor. The 2 of them were eye-catching, but the person in the middle seemed to be more eye-catching. It wasn't because that person was more handsome or beautiful, but because he looked very funny, which made people want to laugh at a glance. He looked like an old man in his 50s. His eyes were slender like lines, his nose was extremely small, and his lips were extremely thin. Just these 3 parts made him look like a stingy person. The 2 small tufts of beard above his mouth seemed to have grown another pair of eyebrows. This was the most eye-catching part of his face, and also the most comical part. At a glance, it seemed like he had 2 pairs of eyebrows. He wasn't tall, and on the contrary, he was a bit shorter than the average person. He carried a huge turtle shell on his back. The turtle shell seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, and it almost crushed most of his body. He was like a hunchback, and he couldn't straighten his body. He held a green cane in his hand. The cane was natural and emitted a jade-like luster. There was always a smile like a spring breeze on his face, like an unscrupulous merchant who had encountered a big fat sheep. He seemed to be always so happy. His steps were very slow, and each step seemed to be very strenuous. However, his body moved very quickly, and he seemed to be able to move dozens of meters with each step. He had the power to shrink the ground to inches. When the 3 of them completely walked out from the bottom of the sea, the 2 rows of people who were like guards knelt down together and said, "Welcome, Gui Chengxiang." The old man with the turtle shell on his back smiled and said, "Rise." The 2 rows of guards immediately straightened their bodies, and their faces were solemn. Gui Chengxiang. After Ling Xiao heard this, a strange smile appeared on his face. He thought to himself, could it be that the East Sea still has the Dragon King of the East Sea? When the thin bamboo man saw Ling Xiao's smile, he immediately shouted unhappily, "That human? What are you laughing at?" The thin bamboo man's voice was abnormally sharp, and it sounded very ear-piercing. It was very different from a normal human's voice. In fact, he was indeed not a real human. "What does it have to do with you what I'm laughing at?" Ling Xiao retorted. No matter who or what the other party was, Ling Xiao would not have stage fright. "How dare you kneel to Gui Chengxiang?" The thin bamboo man glared at Ling Xiao and shouted, "What a joke! Why should I kneel to him?" Ling Xiao replied again, "He. It seems that this lowly human doesn't know Gui Chengxiang. The delicate woman covered her mouth and chuckled. Then I'll beat him up and make him remember. The thin bamboo man revealed a fierce look and wanted to attack Ling Xiao. Don't be rude in front of Her Royal Highness, the old man called Gui Qingxiang reprimanded. The thin bamboo man replied with a yes, and glared at Ling Xiao unwillingly. Gui Qingxiang bowed his body and trotted in front of Ling Xiao and the other two. He said respectfully to Dragon Girl, "Old Turtle greets Her Royal Highness." Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying opened their mouths in surprise. Their eyes revealed disbelief. They never thought that this imposing old turtle man would be so respectful to Dragon Girl. What on earth was going on? Dragon Girl's expression was calm. She said lightly, "I don't know you, and I'm not a princess." No, Her Royal Highness, perhaps you still don't know your identity, but Old Dragon King already knows that you're back. So he specially ordered Old Turtle to welcome Her Royal Highness back. Gui Qingxiang explained with a humble face. Then, he turned his face to the people he brought and shouted, "What are you all doing? Quickly bow to Her Royal Highness." As his voice fell, the thin bamboo man, the delicate woman, and the row of guards all knelt together and said, "Greetings, Her Royal Highness." I said, "I'm not your Royal Highness. Boss, let's go." Dragon Girl stopped in front of Dragon Girl and said with a pleading tone, "Greetings, Her Royal Highness." No, Her Royal Highness, no matter what, you have to accompany Old Turtle back to see Old Dragon King. Otherwise, Old Turtle will suffer. Gui Qingxiang stopped in front of Dragon Girl and said with a pleading tone. Dragon Girl ignored his words and continued to leave in the same direction with Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying. "You can't go," Gui Qingxiang exclaimed and once again stopped in front of Dragon Girl. With a sobbing tone, he said, "Her Royal Highness, please pity Old Turtle's old bones. If you don't follow Old Turtle back to see Old Dragon King, Old Turtle will definitely die." When the people that Gui Qingxiang brought saw him like this, they all revealed strange expressions. They thought to themselves, "Is this still the usual high and mighty Lord Qingxiang? Get out of the way, or don't blame me for being rude." Dragon Girl glared at Gui Qingxiang and shouted. A powerful dragon's might came out. At this time, not only Gui Qingxiang but also the people he brought felt a pressure from the source, causing them to bow their heads in worship. "Princess, please calm down." Gui Qingxiang knelt on the ground and said in panic. At this time, Ling Xiao opened his mouth and said, "Dragon Girl, what's going on?" Dragon Girl shook her head and said blankly, "I'm not very clear either, but I feel a familiar call here, but I don't want to be separated from Boss." Before Dragon Girl grew into a true dragon, she was brought out from the heaven-suppressing sect by Ling Xiao. At that time, she was still a dragon, far from becoming a dragon. If it wasn't for the opportunities that came one after another, she wouldn't have become a true dragon that was above all beasts. Therefore, it was almost impossible for her to leave Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao said to her, "I'll ask him. If it's a good thing, why should we refuse?" Ling Xiao could see that this group of people weren't real humans, but spirit beasts that had taken human form. It wasn't that they all had terrifying strength above the 8th rank, but they might have taken some kind of transformation grass to take human form. Since they were so respectful to Dragon Girl, it was obvious that they knew her true body. It could also be seen that they wanted to take Dragon Girl somewhere. It wasn't hard for Ling Xiao to guess that this matter was definitely beneficial to Dragon Girl. Although he also wanted to bring Dragon Girl with him at all times, he couldn't be selfish enough to prevent Dragon Girl from having a better space to grow. He always thought about the people and spirit beasts around him. This was also the reason why Ling Xiao was able to obtain the loyalty of the prodigal boy and Dragon Girl. Dragon Girl wouldn't object to any of Ling Xiao's requests. Ling Xiao asked Gui Qingxiang, "Where are you taking her?" Gui Qingxiang's gaze towards Ling Xiao was no longer as respectful as when he was facing the dragon lady. Instead, he deliberately raised his bent waist, and his eyes revealed a bit of disdain as he replied, "This has nothing to do with you humans. Go away." Ling Xiao didn't mind and said, "You better tell me the truth. Dragon Girl only listens to me. If I don't let her go with you, she definitely won't go with you." Did you do something to Her Highness?" Gui Qingxiang said with an ugly expression. Chapter 883. Even though Gui Qingxiang looked like an easy target to bully, the aura pressure that he suddenly emitted made Ling Xiao feel fear from the bottom of his heart. If it wasn't for Dragon Lady blocking in front of him, he would have vomited blood from the shock. "You're courting death. How dare you touch my boss?" Dragon Lady was enraged. She shouted and threw a punch at Gui Qingxiang. The power of Dragon Lady's furious strike was naturally quite terrifying. Before the punch reached Gui Qingxiang, a part of the space collapsed. At the same time, a ferocious dragon head roared at him. Gui Qingxiang wasn't afraid of this attack. Instead, he was happy, as expected of my clan's princess. When the punch came, Gui Qingxiang casually waved his hand and easily deflected the force of Dragon Lady's punch to the side. Seeing this, Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying were even more shocked. They knew that Dragon Lady was of the same rank, but her full force attack was so easily resolved. It could be seen that this Gui Qingxiang was a powerful spirit beast. "Your Highness, please calm down." Gui Qingxiang retracted his aura and said. Dragon Lady wanted to attack again, but Ling Xiao stopped her. "Forget about Dragon Lady." Then, he looked at Gui Qingxiang and spread his hands. "I didn't do anything to her, but we are best friends." Ling Xiao indeed didn't do anything to Dragon Lady. At most, he used the crimson red grass to deceive her for a while. If people were to find out that a true dragon divine beast was exchanged for a little low-level spirit grass, they would probably go crazy with jealousy. Gui Qingxiang looked at Ling Xiao and hesitated. "You should know the real body of Her Highness, right?" Ling Xiao nodded. "Yes, she is a true dragon." No, it's the great true dragon princess." Gui Qingxiang corrected Ling Xiao's words. "Oh, all right, Your Royal Highness." Ling Xiao agreed with what he said. That's more like it." Gui Qingxiang replied with satisfaction. Then, he pointed to the sea and said sincerely, "This sea is the territory of my clan. It's the foundation of the greatest dragons. The greatest old dragon king also lives here. As the greatest Her Highness, of course, you should return to our big family." Gui Qingxiang's explanation was clear and easy to understand. Ling Xiao was not stupid, so he immediately understood what he meant. "So dragons still exist?" Ling Xiao exclaimed in his heart. It was said that in ancient times, the great war between the various beast clans had caused many beast species to go extinct. Even many divine beasts had gone extinct. The true dragon clan was the most powerful clan, but they had long since disappeared from the eyes of humans. Ling Xiao didn't think that there would still be dragons in the East Sea. If this news were to spread, it would probably cause a huge sensation. Ling Xiao was silent for a while. "The Dragon Lady is not the daughter of your old Dragon King. She shouldn't be considered your princess. Is there a mistake?" Ling Xiao was well aware of how the Dragon Lady had advanced. So why did the Dragon Clan know of her existence and address her as a princess? Was there something wrong with this? Ling Xiao had to figure things out before making a decision. Old Dragon King is not your lowly, not what you humans call him. He should be called the greatest old Dragon King. Gui Qingxiang anxiously corrected. All right, Your Majesty, the greatest old Dragon King." Ling Xiao replied, somewhat speechless. Gui Qingxiang then continued. "The bloodline of our dragons is already rare. Any pure descendant of the dragons is the old Dragon King's child. Therefore, she is also our princess. She should return to us dragons." "I see." Ling Xiao understood what Gui Qingxiang meant. The old Dragon King was like the patriarch of a large family. Therefore, the clansmen were under his management and treated like his children. "Princess, return to my clan. That is your home. With your clansmen there, you will become stronger." Gui Qingxiang looked at the Dragon Lady and persuaded. The Dragon Lady said bluntly, "This has nothing to do with me." Gui Qingxiang was anxious. The thin bamboo pole beside him also persuaded. "Princess, you have a noble identity. It is not appropriate for you to show your face in public." The delicate woman also said, "That's right, Princess. The old Dragon King really hopes that you can return. The other 2 rows of guards also said in unison, Princess, please return to our clan. All of their voices were filled with incomparable sincerity. The Dragon Lady was still loyal. However, Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying were moved. They were deeply moved by the unity and loyalty of the dragons. Dragon Lady, why don't you go with them? Ling Xiao hesitated. The Dragon Lady returning to the dragons was undoubtedly the best choice for her. Then, she would definitely become a rank 9 or even a rank 10 invincible divine beast. However, Ling Xiao naturally did not want the Dragon Lady to leave him at this time, because he was surrounded by strong enemies. Without the Dragon Lady by his side, he would seriously lose his sense of security. If he encountered a sage-level attack again, what could he rely on to resist the strong enemy? The Dragon Lady immediately replied, Then I will go. Hearing the Dragon Lady agree so straightforwardly, Ling Xiao felt a little disappointed. He thought to himself, how could she agree so directly? At the very least, she should have shown an attitude of reluctance or opposition. Gui Chengxiang was overjoyed and said, Then, Princess, let's return to the palace. His Majesty the old Dragon King will definitely be very happy. However, the Dragon Lady's following words made Gui Chengxiang a little crazy. I will only go with boss. This was the Dragon Lady's next words. After hearing this, Ling Xiao felt a little better. He thought to himself, fortunately, this girl did not forget her roots. Our dragon palace does not allow any outsiders to enter. Gui Chengxiang was very embarrassed. He thought to himself, how can lowly humans have the qualifications to enter our great dragon palace? Not only him, even the people he brought with him thought the same. In their eyes, humans were inferior and lowly races. Then I won't go. The Dragon Lady straightforwardly refused. In her heart, there was no concept of race. She knew that the person closest to her was Ling Xiao, and no one else could replace him. Gui Chengxiang was now in a difficult position. Since ancient times, no outsiders had ever entered their dragon palace. Could it be that they were going to break the rule today? On the other hand, Ling Xiao was a little happy in his heart. If he could go sightseeing in the dragon palace with the Dragon Lady, this seemed to be a good choice. Thinking back to the time when he went to the Qilin clan's sacred land, there were many high-level spirit herbs in the surroundings. It was just that he did not dare to pick them at that time. After he went out, he regretted it for a period of time. Now, if he could go to the Dragon Palace, the legendary place with the most treasures, wouldn't he be able to make a huge profit? However, on the surface, Ling Xiao still pretended to be generous and said, Dragon Lady, you should go with them. They won't welcome boss there. His words sounded very open-minded, but who knew that he was retreating in order to advance? His last sentence was clearly to let the Dragon Lady know that he could not enter the Dragon Palace, and she would definitely make the same choice as him. At that time, wouldn't Gui Chengxiang have to compromise? When the Dragon Lady heard this, she emphasized again, If they don't let boss in, I won't go with them. Boss, let's leave this place. Ling Xiao showed his impatience to Gui Chengxiang and said, You see, this is not my decision. Gui Chengxiang was very anxious. If he could not bring the Dragon Lady back to the Dragon Palace, then he would have committed a great sin. However, the Dragon Palace did not allow any outsiders to enter. This was also a rule. How could he dare to break it? Suddenly, a voice that only Gui Chengxiang could hear rang in his ear. Little Gui, haven't you brought the princess back yet? Gui Chengxiang was overjoyed and immediately replied respectfully, Your Majesty, old Dragon King, Her Highness is not willing to go back with this old servant. What's going on? The voice asked again. Hence, Gui Chengxiang used the fastest time to explain the current situation. My tribe has never let outsiders enter. This old servant is not willing to make the decision. Please clarify, Your Majesty, old Dragon King, Gui Chengxiang said. The voice was silent for a while before saying, Our tribe's bloodline is getting fewer and fewer. We must not let her wander outside. Just agree to her request. When she returns to the tribe, she will definitely not leave. At that time, we can let those two humans leave. Your Majesty is wise, Gui Qingxiang quickly responded. The voice did not respond. Gui Qingxiang once again stood in front of the dragoness, Ling Xiao, and Luo Meiying. He said with an amiable smile, "Since Her Royal Highness wishes for them to go together, then let them go in together. However, they must not wander around randomly. If they enter the wrong forbidden area, they will cause a great disaster. There are so many rules, then I'd better not go." Ling Xiao said awkwardly. Gui Chengxiang said with a bitter face, "Sir, don't be like this," he said discontentedly in his heart. "Old Dragon King has already agreed to let you go in. What else do you want?" "I don't want to either, but I'm afraid that after going in I'll go to the wrong place." "Then wouldn't that be my sin?" Ling Xiao said. "No, it's fine. If you go to the wrong place, I'll get someone to bring you out. What do you think?" Gui Qingxiang said with a sincere smile. He knew that if the human in front of him did not go in, Her Highness would not go in either, so he could only compromise. And Ling Xiao also found out where Gui Qingxiang's weak spot was. He retreated in order to advance, and held the initiative in his hands. It had to be said that Ling Xiao was really too cunning. "Welcome Her Highness back to the palace." Gui Chengxiang raised his voice and shouted. The others immediately followed and shouted, "Welcome Her Highness back to the palace." The calm sea surface once again churned. The seawater parted to both sides, revealing a path that was several meters wide. Gui Chengxiang, the skinny bamboo pole, and the delicate woman led the dragon lady in. However, the dragon lady looked at Ling Xiao, still seeking Ling Xiao's opinion. Therefore, Ling Xiao pulled the dragon lady with one hand and Luo Meiying with the other as they walked in. After they entered, the 2 rows of guards on the left and right also followed behind. After everyone entered, the passageway once again slowly closed. The sea surface once again became calm, as if this group of people had never appeared. Chapter 884. It was a vast and boundless sea. Everyone knew that the sea was filled with countless resources and various water attribute treasures, but human martial artists could not excavate even 1/10,000th of the resources here. Most of the treasures were still in the depths of the sea where no one dared to approach. The natural disasters in the sea were unpredictable, and there were countless high-rank spiritual beasts. This was the real reason why human martial artists dared not go deep into the sea. In fact, nobody knew that the depths of the sea was actually the territory of a large group of divine beasts. Naturally, human martial artists could not step into it easily. Once they stepped into the territory of the divine beasts, they would definitely be surrounded and killed by the high-rank spiritual beasts on the periphery, and it would be difficult for them to survive. This group of divine beasts was the most powerful among all the spiritual beasts, the true dragon divine beast clan. There were thousands of spiritual beasts, but the 9 great divine beasts were revered. Among the 9 great divine beasts, the true dragon divine beast clan was the most powerful. This showed how powerful and terrifying the true dragon divine beast clan was. According to ancient legends, at the beginning of the world, the dragons were the first race to be born. They had boundless power and could destroy heaven and earth, summon clouds and summon rain, and control thousands of beasts. However, as time passed, other powerful divine beasts appeared, and the dominance of the dragons was gradually disrupted. In the end, the various divine clans formed the general trend of dividing the earth. That era was known as the Primitive Era. Then, with the sudden emergence of humans and many strange beasts, the most chaotic situation was formed. That era was known as the Ancient Era. After these eras, the true dragon clan, which was favored by heaven, was greatly provoked by other clans and killed by other clans, causing the true dragon clan to be on the verge of extinction. Although they were the most powerful race, the heavens also gave them their greatest weakness, and that was their reproductive ability was countless times worse than the other races. This was also why they could not be replenished with new blood after various wars, so they could only dejectedly withdraw from the stage of the earth. Everyone thought that they might have been extinct since ancient times. However, Nobody knew that the true dragon clan still existed in the vast and boundless East Sea. In the depths of the East Sea, there was an area that was isolated by countless powerful forces. This was the place where the true dragon clan lived, and it was known as the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace was still a world of seawater, but the water here was clearer and bluer than the sea in other places. At first glance, there was almost no obstruction to one's vision. Ling Xiao pulled the dragoness and Luo Meiying along as they followed Gui Chengxiang and the rest. Shocking scenes were reflected in their eyes. The first thing they saw was a huge damaged ship that had sunk everywhere. It looked like it had been there for many years. They were sure that it had been a human warrior who had gone out to sea in the past and met with an accident. All kinds of weapons and spatial rings could be seen scattered around the ship. These were obviously left behind after the cultivators died and their bodies were corroded. Most of these items were of high grade, and there were even quite a few high-grade spirit artifacts. If he could collect all of them, it would definitely be a bountiful harvest. This made Ling Xiao's eyes light up. If it weren't for the 200 guards following behind him, he really wanted to charge over and collect them one by one. What a waste! What a waste of God's gifts! Ling Xiao lamented bitterly. However, following his silent cry, 2 green spots of light suddenly appeared behind those huge ships. When those spots of light shone brightly, a huge snake head appeared in front of everyone. Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying jumped in fright. The dragoness, on the other hand, looked like she was ready for battle as she glared at the huge snake. "Get lost! This is the great princess!" Gui Chengxiang shouted at the huge snake. The huge snake immediately prostrated on the ground and spoke in human language. "Greetings, Gui Chengxiang. Greetings, Her Highness." Gui Chengxiang waved his hand lightly, and the huge snake disappeared again. "Your Highness, I've startled you. This is just a peripheral member of my clan," Gui Chengxiang explained. The dragoness only nodded lightly and did not say anything. However, Ling Xiao knew that this snake should be an ordinary spirit beast in the periphery of the dragon's clan. It prevented other clans from easily approaching this place, and those sunken ships were probably the work of this snake. As they went deeper, Ling Xiao saw all kinds of sea fish beasts swimming in groups. When they passed by, these happy sea fish would stop and obediently stay at the side, not daring to move. In addition, many high-grade spirit items also appeared in front of them. For example, 10,000-year-old blood corals, 10,000-year-old flowers and plants, 10,000-year-old pearl shells. Many of the precious spirit items that would only exist in the sea appeared in front of Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying one by one, causing Ling Xiao to salivate nonstop. It should be known that each of these high-grade spirit items would be fought over by tens of thousands of people if they were placed outside. But they became ordinary goods here and did not seem difficult to find. Suddenly, a slowly moving bright blue spirit herb barged into Ling Xiao's dragon eyes. Ling Xiao could not hide his fanaticism and exclaimed, It's a high-grade grade 8 extreme blue lotus." Extreme Blue Lotus was a pure blue lotus vine spirit herb. It had star-like flowers that were vast and eye-catching like stars. It was a water attribute spirit herb that had the ability to transform the body of a water attribute martial artist. At the same time, it was also one of the main ingredients for refining a grade 8 elixir. There were probably very few people in the Central Territory that could lay eyes on such a high-grade spirit herb because it only existed in legends. "Boss," laughing emoji. "What's wrong?" the dragoness and Luo Meiying asked in unison. Ling Xiao rubbed his hands and laughed dryly. "Hee. Nothing. Nothing. Young master, have you taken a fancy to it? I know you humans are very fond of all kinds of spirit herbs." Gui Chengxiang looked at Ling Xiao and asked with a hint of slyness in his eyes. Ling Xiao seemed to be seen through, and his old face was slightly red as he said, This is just because it looks good. Look at how beautiful it is. If I see it often, it will really make me happy." Is that so? Then another day, this old turtle will give you a stalk to bring back. Then you can see it every day," Gui Chengxiang said very amicably. Okay. Ling Xiao could not wait and nodded repeatedly in response. People with discerning eyes could see Ling Zhao's greedy appearance at a glance. I knew that humans are greedy by nature. As long as you are willing to take it, it's fine. When the time comes, as long as Her Highness the Princess stays, then everything will be fine. Gui Chengxiang thought smugly in his heart. The group also did not know how long they walked. Ling Xiao had long been shocked and numbed by those rare things at the bottom of the water. The group came in front of two huge pillars that looked like they were made of molded gold and iron. These two pillars were like pillars that supported the heavens, requiring over a dozen people to wrap their arms around. It stood towering above the sea. Looking up, one could not see the top, making people feel that it was incomparably grand and majestic. There seemed to be a lifelike true dragon attached to the body of the pillar. The dragon scales were so real, and those huge claws were even more incomparably powerful. When Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying saw these two pillars, they almost could not help but kneel down and worship them. Fortunately, the two's strength was not bad. Otherwise, they really would not be able to withstand the powerful aura of the two pillars. Even so, the two's breathing became uneven, and beside them, the beautiful eyes of the dragon lady revealed an indescribable expression. Her hands were folded in front of her chest, her head was slightly lowered, and her blue hair hung down. It seemed to be filled with a sense of tyranny and reverence. Immediately after, a group of guards walked out from behind the two stone pillars. A portion of these guards looked the same as the 200 guards that followed behind Ling Xiao and the others. There were also some that had a different appearance. They looked very strange, and there was quite a bit of difference from real humans. They could only be considered half-beast men. After all, the characteristics of beasts had not been completely concealed. Ling Xiao guessed that these should be the shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Legend had it that these were the guards of the Dragon Palace, and from their characteristics they were very close to the shrimp beast and the crab beast. Among this group of people, the two in the lead were quite powerful and abnormally. Their bodies were like iron walls, and they actually had a square body, which was especially strange. However, their heads were pitifully small, and the top and bottom were truly disproportionate. The two of them held two large silver axes in their hands. A cold light flashed, and their might was oppressive. The two square-shaped giants and the guards all respectfully greeted Gui Chengxiang. "Greetings, Gui Chengxiang." Gui Chengxiang raised his body and said indifferently, "Dispense with the formalities." Then, he pointed at the dragon lady and introduced, "Quickly greet Her Highness the Princess." The group of people looked at the dragon lady and revealed a look of panic. They shouted in unison, "Greetings, Your Highness the Princess." Gui Chengxiang smiled at the dragon lady and said, "These are the guards of our dragon palace. If Your Highness needs them to do anything in the future, feel free to instruct them." The dragon lady didn't want to say anything more. She only nodded her head expressionlessly. "Let's go. The real important place of our clan is in front." Gui Chengxiang pointed and said. At this time, the few leaders and the group of guards stayed outside. Only Gui Chengxiang led the dragon lady, Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying in. Suddenly, Ling Xiao felt his vision blur. It was as if he had stepped into the transmission array. In the next moment, he actually moved to another place. Is this the real location of the Dragon Palace? Ling Xiao looked at the breathtaking scene in front of him and couldn't help but mutter to himself. Luo Meiying was also surprised and praised. "What a magnificent place!" The dragon lady didn't say anything, but her moved expression also reflected what she was thinking. There was not even a drop of water in front of them. There were only castle-like palaces. The palaces were many times larger than the palaces built by the human race. Although the carvings in the palaces were not as exquisite as the human palaces, they looked generous and extravagant. It was like the ghost act's divine skill, making people feel that it was incomparably spectacular. Around each and every one of these palaces were a series of rare coral sceneries, a series of naturally formed artificial mountains, and many high-grade spirit trees and spirit flowers. Countless milky white water attribute auras were drifting through the air, giving one a wonderful feeling as if they were in an immortal realm. Chapter 885. Before seeing the real Dragon Palace, Ling Xiao only thought that the Dragon Palace should be similar to what he saw from the outside. It should be a world filled with water, with various kinds of giant dragons lying down everywhere, and many shrimp soldiers and crab generals waiting for orders at any time. However, when he saw the scene in front of him, Ling Xiao knew that his imagination could not have been more wrong. It turned out that the place where the dragons lived was built similar to a human palace, except that it was much more spacious and grand. However, the only difference was that he could still see the water curtains around or above, and he could see everything in the seawater. The Dragon Palace seemed to be an independent space world in the bottom of the sea. The dragon girl could not help but take a deep breath, and the massive amount of pure water attributes surged into her nostrils. All of a sudden, she reverted from her human form to her true form. Her gigantic dragon body continued to spiral upwards, and her dragon head let out a long roar towards the sky. Roar! A dragon's roar rose into the sky, and it reverberated endlessly in this space. Along with its voice, a loud dragon's roar sounded in the surroundings at the same time, and it seemed like the place was about to collapse. Subsequently, huge true dragons soared into the sky from different corners, and the sky seemed to form a picture of a group of dragons gathering, which was inexplicably shocking. There were more than 10 of them, and each of them was at least 100 meters long. Their huge bodies shone with all kinds of bright blue colors, including light blue, sky blue, and dark blue. The dragon scales were like armor, and every dragon claw was sharp and fierce. The dragon tail swayed powerfully, and the vast and powerful dragons might exuded an origin aura that made all living things submit. The dragon girl entangled with them and roared, as if she was conveying some kind of intimate greeting. Gui Chengxiang, who had brought Ling Xiao here, was already kneeling on the ground. Luo Meiying, who was beside Ling Xiao, had also fallen to the ground. Her face was incomparably pale. Ling Xiao was still standing. His body already contained the dragon's blood and dragon qi. Facing this dragon might, he did not have stage fright. Instead, he had a feeling of resonance. His blood seemed to have been ignited, boiling non-stop. His aura suddenly erupted, and a glazed dragon scale armor appeared on his body. A golden dragon shadow instantly rose from his back. A vast and mighty emperor's might appeared, and he could not help but roar in surprise. Roar! It was just that his roar seemed too insignificant among the many dragon roars. However, this caused Gui Chengxiang, who was not far from him, to cast a surprised look. This human actually knows my race's dragon cry divine ability? Gui Chengxiang thought to himself. In mid-air, after a dozen blue true dragons entangled for a while, they actually scattered and hid in different corners. Only the other 2 true dragons remained and transformed into human forms like the dragon girl. Both of them had taken on the appearance of men. One was middle-aged and refined, while the other was young and handsome. Both of them strode forward with dragon steps and flickered with a supreme dragon's might, giving off an air of looking down on the world and looking down on all living things. Greetings, Your Majesty Dragon King. Greetings, 13th Prince. Gui Chengxiang said respectfully to the 2. The middle-aged man waved his hand lightly and said, Old Chengxiang, no need to be so polite. Then the middle-aged man's gaze fell on Ling Xiao. A few glimmers of light flashed across his dragon eyes, but this glimmer only flashed for a moment and then disappeared. Ling Xiao first pulled Luo Meiying up from the ground, then slightly cupped his hands at the middle-aged man and said, Greetings, Your Majesty Dragon King. The young man behind the middle-aged man angrily glared at Ling Xiao and shouted, How dare you? Why aren't you kneeling in front of my father? His expression was filled with arrogance, contempt, and disdain. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, I only respect him as an elder. He is your father, not mine. What does that have to do with me? I, Ling Xiao, kneel to the heavens, kneel to the earth, and kneel to my parents. I don't have the habit of kneeling to others. How dare you? The 13th prince shouted and raised his fist, wanting to punch Ling Xiao. The dragon girl didn't hesitate and instantly stood in front of Ling Xiao. She coldly said, If you want to deal with boss, kill me first. The 13th prince squinted at the dragon girl and said, 17th sister, this has nothing to do with you. You can be free after I kill this human. The dragon girl ignored the 13th prince and still looked at him seriously, as if she wouldn't let him go. Then I'll have to offend you, 17th sister. The 13th prince's expression was slightly gloomy as he smashed his fist towards the dragon girl. The fist hadn't even arrived, but its momentum was already overwhelming. The dragon girl wasn't willing to be outdone. She also threw a punch towards the 13th prince's fist. Bang! The powerful fists collided and produced a muffled sound. The strong wind caused the surrounding spiritual qi to scatter. Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying were forced to retreat more than 10 meters, but they still felt pain on their faces from the strong wind. After the punch, the 13th prince didn't move, but the dragon girl had already retreated a few steps. It was obvious that the 13th prince was stronger than the dragon girl. 17th sister, you just returned. I don't want to hurt you. Step aside. It's not worth it for a lowly human, the 13th prince said arrogantly. The dragon girl naturally wouldn't step aside. Instead, she shouted and pounced towards the 13th prince again. She looked like she wanted to fight to the death with the 13th prince. 13th prince, 17th princess, stop fighting. Gue Chengxiang persuaded. Although Gue Chengxiang had the ability to stop them, he couldn't interfere. At the same time, he hoped that the 13th prince would accidentally kill the two humans. Wouldn't that break the entanglement between the 17th princess and the human? That was exactly what he wanted. Just as the 13th prince was about to make a move, the Dragon King finally moved. He appeared in front of the 13th prince in a flash and placed a hand on the 13th prince's shoulder. With a gentle tug, the 13th prince flew back. He faced the dragon girl's punch again and waved his hand gently. All right, stop fooling around. The dragon lady's powerful fist force was easily disintegrated, and the dragon lady was forced to retreat a few steps before she could stop. Ling Xiao was shocked when he saw how calm the Dragon King was. What kind of existence was the Dragon King? Was he at the 9th level? Or was he at the 10th level? If he went out to deal with the humans, the central region would immediately be plunged into misery. Father, why did you stop me? Look at this lowly human. He only knows how to hide behind 17th princess. How can such a person be by her side? He's not even qualified to be a human pet. The 13th prince pointed at Ling Xiao and said disdainfully, I'm with the dragon girl. I'm not even qualified to be a human pet. Ling Xiao's face darkened as he wailed in his heart. He really wanted to correct the 13th prince's words. Are you blind? It's clearly the dragon girl who's by my side. We're good brothers and sisters. What do you mean by pet? That's so unpleasant to hear. The dragon girl glared at the 13th prince and shouted, If you dare to slander boss again, I swear I'll kill you. All right, both of you stop arguing. He's a guest. How can we bully the weak? The Dragon King said in a dignified manner. The two of them didn't dare to say anything else. Gui Qingxiang sighed. What a pity. But it's fine this way. The Dragon King's lightning-like gaze landed on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao felt like he was being seen through, and his hair stood on end. However, he was never one to show weakness. He resolutely met the Dragon King's gaze and didn't back down. What's your name, human? Welcome to the Dragon Palace. The Dragon King smiled gently. Ling Xiao was puzzled by this attitude. He suspected that the Dragon King was planning to use peaceful means before resorting to force. I'm Ling Xiao and she's Luo Meiying, Ling Xiao replied. Well, little friend Ling, little friend Luo, you've seen it now. This is an important place for us dragons, and we've never allowed outsiders to enter. You're the first to enter. Do you know what that means? The Dragon King said. Ling Xiao pursed his lips and smiled. That's our honor. As for what it means, Ling Xiao is ignorant and can't think of it. In fact, he thought to himself, does it mean that we can only stay here for the rest of our lives? Or do we really have to be silenced? The Dragon King laughed. It means that the two of you will have a great fortune and great luck. I plan to give you a great gift to show how we dragons treat our guests. Ling Xiao didn't show any change in his emotions, but his heart was full of vigilance. He could guess that since the Dragon King was so easy to talk to, he definitely hoped that he could let the dragon girl stay here. However, he didn't know if this great fortune and great luck represented a blessing or a curse. Your Majesty, Dragon King, you're too polite. As the saying goes, you don't deserve a reward without doing anything. Forget it. Ling Xiao tactfully refused. Sometimes he was a little greedy, but he also knew how to judge the situation. It wasn't easy to take advantage of some things. The Dragon King seemed to have seen through Ling Xiao's thoughts. He smiled and said, "Don't worry. I can guarantee that this is beneficial to you humans." Then, he turned his face to Gue Changxiang and said, "Old Changxiang, take 17 and the others to the dragon pool. Is this okay?" Gue Changxiang looked at the Dragon King in astonishment. He wondered if he had heard wrongly. At the side, the 13th prince immediately jumped out and objected. "Father, how can this be? How can non-clansmen enter the dragon pool? I firmly oppose this." The 13th prince knew very well what the dragon pool represented. It was understandable to let his 17th sister enter, but letting these two lowly humans enter as well was simply an insult to the holiness of the dragon pool. He would never allow such a thing to happen. Unfortunately, he was just a prince, and the Dragon King was the Dragon King. He was the supreme existence of the dragons. The Dragon King glared at the 13th prince and shouted, "There's no place for you to speak here. If I say let them in, then let them in. Old Chengxiang, do as I say. I will explain to the old Dragon King." Gue Chengxiang glanced at the Dragon King and hesitated for a moment. He bowed and brought the dragon girl, Ling Xiao, and Luo Meiying in one direction. Chapter 886. Father, why are you doing this? They are just the lowliest of humans. How can they be qualified to enter our race's sacred pool? The 13th prince asked the Dragon King angrily as he watched Ling Xiao and the others leave. The Dragon King replied emotionally, "I used to think that humans were lowliest, but I don't think so anymore." He paused for a moment before continuing. "We dragons are the most noble and powerful race. Why are we reduced to the point where we can only guard these seas? That's because we are too arrogant. At the same time, our intelligence cannot be compared to that of humans. Perhaps we all think that humans are cunning, but they have the right to live and occupy many territories. This is enough to prove how extraordinary they are. But didn't my race live here because this place is more suitable for us to thrive? If I lead my race's army, I can definitely flatten the humans' territory," the 13th prince said arrogantly. Although the 13th prince rarely came into contact with humans, it was not as if he had never met them before. In his eyes, the human warriors who often went out to sea were not worth mentioning. The Dragon King shook his head and said, "If human warriors were so easy to kill, they wouldn't have survived until now. Some things can't be judged on the surface. Do you think that there are no powerful human warriors? Forget it, don't provoke that human anymore. I have my reasons for letting him enter the dragon pool. You can go back first." The 13th prince revealed a hint of unwillingness. He stomped his foot and immediately left this place. The Dragon King sighed softly and murmured, "My tribe's decline to this day is inseparable from this temper." The Dragon King's figure flashed and flew in a certain direction. Finally, he stopped at a place that was filled with pure white spiritual qi. At first glance, he couldn't see what was behind the spiritual qi. The Dragon King bowed slightly in that direction and said respectfully, "Old Dragon King, I have followed your orders and let those two humans enter the dragon pool." After a while, a faint voice came from behind the misty spiritual energy. "Well, it's not a bad choice to let them enter the dragon pool. Old Dragon King, I don't understand why we have to let them enter the dragon pool. If we want to form a good relationship, we can give him something else." The Dragon King was puzzled. He can comprehend our clan's Tian Bin divine sense and possess our clan's dragon chi. This is enough to prove that he has a great destiny with our clan. Giving him a fortune now is nothing to our clan. But for him, It is both a destiny and a crisis. If he can really make it through, then he can be considered as half a member of our clan. In the future, he can also think for our clan. If he can't make it through, then we can cut off our relationship with 17 and let her stay in the Dragon Palace peacefully. Old Dragon King said. The Dragon King rolled his eyes and seemed to have understood something. He smiled faintly and said, Old Dragon King is wise. Well, when they come out of the dragon pool, let them come to me. The old Dragon King said no more after that. The Dragon King responded softly and left. The dragon pool was formed by the accumulation of the blood essence of the dragon's ancestors after they passed away. It could be said that the dragon pool was formed by the condensation of countless dragon blood. The dragon pool had always been used by newly born true dragons to cleanse their bodies, improve their physical qualities, and comprehend the heavenly origin. It could also be used by high-grade spirit beasts that could activate the dragon clan's bloodline, allowing them to have a certain chance of transforming into dragons and becoming members of the true dragon clan. If ordinary spiritual beasts had the chance to step into the dragon pool, they could refine part of the dragon blood and evolve into high-level spiritual beasts, which would make their combat power even more terrifying. Although the dragon lady was a dragon, she was only a purple flood dragon centipede in the past. Due to various opportunities, she managed to transform into a dragon, so there were still remnants of other bloodlines in her body. Once she enters the dragon pool, any impurities in her body will be cleansed, and she will become a perfect dragon. Her power will definitely be greatly improved. Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying were humans, so how could they withstand the boiling dragon blood? Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying's eyes were filled with astonishment as they stared at the huge pool of blood-red water before them. This was simply a blood-red lake. It was quite wide and huge, and a strong smell of blood assaulted their nostrils. The bloody water kept boiling, and the appearance of the bubbles was very ferocious. It was as if it carried an absolute high temperature. Anything that fell into it would immediately melt. Gui Chengxiang looked at the dragon pool with a fervent expression and said, This is my clan's sacred pool. It was condensed from the blood of generations of royalty, and there are many benefits to soaking in it. You two are really lucky. You must know that countless clansmen of my clan want the chance to soak in the dragon pool, but they don't have the chance. Gui Chengxiang's envious words were not false at all. They were the truth. Who among the dragons didn't want to soak in the dragon pool? However, this opportunity was simply too rare. Within a few hundred or thousand years, only 2 or 3 spiritual beasts would have this opportunity. Ling Xiao had experienced the wonders of dragon blood before. Looking at this large pool of dragon blood, his eyes burst out with a strong desire and joy. He really wanted to jump into the pool and soak in it. That way, his body would definitely have another qualitative leap. Then can we go in now? Ling Xiao asked anxiously. Gui Chengxiang waved his hand and said, Don't be in such a hurry. Princess, please go first. However, Dragon Girl said, Let boss go in first. Gui Chengxiang was infuriated. He really didn't understand what kind of charm this human in front of him had to be able to make their princess follow his lead. Ling Xiao naturally wanted to agree, but he still suppressed his impatience and said, Dragon Girl, you should go in first. This must be the holy land of you dragons, and it will be of the greatest use to you. It doesn't matter if I go in later. As Dragon Girl stood there, the blood in her body was already boiling, resonating with the pool of dragon blood. After hearing Ling Xiao's words, she did not hesitate and directly jumped into the blood pool. Roar! As soon as Dragon Girl entered the dragon pool, she immediately changed back to her true body. Her huge body pressed down on the dragon blood, causing it to splash everywhere. However, there was an indescribable energy around the dragon pool that firmly imprisoned the dragon blood within the pool, preventing it from splashing out. Dragon Girl, who had fallen into the dragon pool, kept rolling around and roaring non-stop, as if she was enduring some kind of great pain. This scene caused Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying to tremble in fear. The baptism has begun. It always hurts a little at the beginning, Gui Chengxiang still had a faint smile on his face. A little pain? Ling Zhao's face darkened. Seeing Dragon Girl wailing in pain, was this just a little pain? Ling Xiao couldn't help but want to retreat. Dragon Girl's physical body was countless times stronger than his, yet she was still tormented to such a state. If he and Luo Meiying went down, would they be directly killed? Luo Meiying also couldn't help but grab Ling Zhao's hand and said, "Xiao, why don't we not go down?" Ling Xiao patted the back of Luo Meiying's hand and said, "Let's take a look first and wait for Dragon Girl to come out." As Dragon Girl gradually adapted to the high temperature in the dragon pool, she gradually calmed down, and her huge dragon body also began to submerge into the dragon pool. Gui Chengxiang revealed a look of joy and said, "Her Royal Highness has completed the first step. Next, let's see how much she can harvest." 7 days and 7 nights passed, and there was still only dragon blood boiling in the dragon pool. It was as if Dragon Girl had been melted and no longer appeared. Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying's faces were full of worry, but Gui Chengxiang's face was calm. All of a sudden, the dragon blood in the pool began to change. The frequency of the blood bubbles that were bubbling increased a lot in an instant, as if something was about to break out of the pool. Roar! Sure enough, a loud dragon roar shook tens of thousands of miles, and an enormous dragon body soared out from the dragon pool. At this moment, Dragon Girl's body became even more slender and large, and the color of her dragon scales also became much deeper, but her aura was much more oppressive than before. Success! It's done. It's directly raised by 1 level. The aura of the bloodline is already perfect. Gui Chengxiang shouted excitedly. After Dragon Girl roared in the air for a while, she returned to her human form and landed in front of Ling Xiao. Her current appearance was even more beautiful and moving, and her enchanting figure was even more alluring. Ling Xiao couldn't help but take a few more glances. His Adam's apple rolled a few times, and the blood in his body couldn't help but boil. All along, Ling Xiao didn't have any improper thoughts towards Dragon Girl. After all, they were humans and beasts. However, looking at her beautiful face and figure, if he didn't have any desire, then he wouldn't be a man. "How's the harvest?" Ling Xiao asked as he glanced at the light in his eyes. Dragon Girl seemed to be very happy as she replied, "The harvest is very big. My strength has increased by another level. In the future, I can better protect boss." Ling Xiao felt a little wronged as he thought, "Is this young master that useless?" When he thought about how the Dragon Girl had indeed saved him countless times when he was in danger, he was still quite grateful towards the Dragon Girl in his heart. Now that she had returned to the dragons, she didn't want to stay behind to guard the dragons, but to protect him. This made him even more moved. "Congratulations, Your Highness." Gui Chengxiang congratulated the Dragon Girl, then turned to look at Ling Xiao and said, "Now the two of you can go down together." The reason why Gui Chengxiang let Dragon Girl go down first was because of her esteemed status. Furthermore, she needed to occupy a large space, so it was impossible for him to let Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying enter together. Now that Dragon Girl was done, and the dragon pool was so huge, it would definitely not be a problem for Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying to go down together. This time, Ling Xiao was in a bit of a dilemma. Entering the dragon pool was a peerless opportunity, but he would definitely have to endure great danger. It was hard for him to decide whether to enter or not. "Boss, you can go in alone. Sister Meiying might not be able to," Dragon Girl said. Luo Meiying didn't ask for the reason, and directly nodded, "Then I won't go in." Chapter 887. Luo Meiying might not have much experience, but she knew what it meant to act within one's capabilities. Some fortuitous encounters could not be obtained easily. She had already died once, and she knew how to cherish everything in front of her. She did not want to take this huge risk to obtain a chance to improve. Compared to strength, she cared more about her life. She cared more about being able to stay by Ling Zhao's side for more days. She was already a low-stage mystic the Arch now. She was still very young, and she still had a long way to go. Furthermore, the Dragon Lady was the first to enter the pool. With her strength, her words were definitely not frightening. Since she said she could not go down, then she would not force it. It's good that you are not going down. Otherwise, I would really be a little worried, Ling Xiao said. Of course, he wanted Luo Meiying to obtain the fortuitous encounter here, but he was not sure if Luo Meiying could withstand the boiling blood here. Since she did not want to go in, then he could take a gamble. With his body that was comparable to a sage artifact and the help of the ancient sovereign divine art, he should be able to handle all of this. Ling Xiao did not hesitate as his body swept into the dragon pool like a swallow. Bang! Ling Xiao circulated all of his strength as a powerful dragon scale armor circulated around his body. He plunged into the dragon pool, causing blood to spurt everywhere. The 1000-degree dragon blood instantly enveloped Ling Xiao's body. ZZ. His dragon scale armor, which was comparable to a sage artifact, actually melted more than half in an instant. A feeling of pain caused Ling Xiao to immediately become nervous. So hot, such a terrifying temperature. Even if a sage artifact was thrown here, it would probably be melted. Ling Xiao thought to himself. He knew that he could not hold on for long. His body began to circulate the ancient sovereign divine art. The ancient sovereign divine art originally used dragon blood to develop the true aura of a sovereign. If he could refine a large amount of dragon blood, Ling Xiao was sure that his physique would have a qualitative leap. The dragon's blood dissolved Ling Xiao's lapis armor, and a large amount of blood began to invade Ling Xiao's flesh. Ling Xiao seemed to see countless peerless true dragons roaring at him. The immense dragon might instantly caused him to lose control of his mind. The screams were like heart-wrenching and lung-splitting, making people's hair stand on end when they heard it. In the blood pool, Ling Xiao's skin and flesh instantly shriveled and dissolved, revealing the eerie white bones within. The nerves in Ling Xiao's mind were in extreme pain. His body kept struggling in an attempt to escape from the blood pool. He was afraid that if this continued, he would really turn into a pool of blood and die. However, at this moment, the small tree in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness finally showed some reaction. Balls of green energy were transmitted from the sea of consciousness. Vigorous vitality began to spread around Ling Xiao's body. With the appearance of this energy, the pain in Ling Xiao's body was greatly reduced and his consciousness began to sober up. Ling Xiao knew that this energy came from the immortal tree, Lu Wang, and felt a little grateful in his heart. At the same time, he began to guard his mind and silently recite the ancient sovereign divine arts mantra to refine the dragon blood that had seeped into his body. Previously, when Ling Xiao was roasting spirit beast meat, he discovered that the ancient sovereign divine art could accelerate the absorption of various types of energy. Now, the dragon blood that had seeped into his body contained the powerful bloodline power of the true dragon clan, which was exactly what the ancient sovereign divine art needed the most. When the thick blood qi entered Ling Xiao's flesh, meridians, bones, and internal organs, the ancient sovereign divine art began to blend the dragon blood with the golden blood in his body and send a large amount of power into his 5-colored dantian. When the dragon blood seeped into his body, the terrible burning sensation still caused Ling Xiao to feel extreme pain. Fortunately, Lu Wang was still providing him with soothing power, allowing him to maintain a clear state of consciousness and not exhaust his vitality. Ling Xiao's ancient emperor divine skill had already set things right. He was cultivating the correct path, and this dragon blood was the most suitable auxiliary essence for cultivating this divine skill. At this moment, Ling Xiao's state was very strange. His flesh melted and grew again, his meridians were broken and regenerated, his internal organs felt like they were about to burst but were constantly suppressed, his bones cracked and healed, and the golden blood mixed with the dragon blood, as if the two were assimilating or devouring each other. Refining skin, refining tendons, refining viscera, refining bones, and refining blood, the first 5 transformations were undergoing tremendous changes. All of this was repeated repeatedly, and Ling Xiao seemed to gradually become numb to the pain. While the ancient Emperor Divine Technique was running rapidly, the Supremacy Guiyuan Divine Technique also began to run quietly. Traces of true dragon qi were drawn and divided into many meridians, blending with the spiritual qi in the meridians and converging toward the dantian at the same time. Above his 5-colored dantian, a peerless true dragon gradually formed. The dragon's head, body, and claws were all exactly the same as a true dragon's. The dragon's body was mainly golden in color, giving it an extraordinary and noble appearance. This true dragon seemed to be circling around his dantian, full of spirituality. This true dragon seemed to resonate with the true dragon blood shadow in the blood pool, one roaring from the inside while the other roaring resonated with it. The pain in Ling Xiao's body gradually disappeared, and the burning blood no longer seemed to cause him any harm, allowing him to absorb and refine it at will. With the influx of a large amount of dragon blood, Ling Xiao's body began to swell slightly. The ancient sovereign divine art was absorbing and dividing the dragon blood at the fastest speed, and dragon scales gradually appeared on his skin and flesh. These dragon scales were very different from the dragon scales he had condensed from energy before. Now, these dragon scales were not illusory, but had truly appeared. Those meridians, internal organs, had all been strengthened to varying degrees, and the most obvious was Ling Xiao's main spine, which had actually formed a dragon-shaped bone, appearing strangely tangible. At the same time, a large amount of dragon qi gathered in Ling Xiao's dantian and meridians, and his aura also showed signs of soaring at this moment. Outside the dragon pool, Luo Meiying looked quite anxious. "Xiao, will he be all right? It's been 3 days." Luo Meiying asked Dragon Girl. From the first day she heard Ling Xiao's blood-curdling screams, Luo Meiying's heart had been clenching, afraid that something would happen to Ling Xiao. Dragon Girl replied, "Boss has already made it through. I can still feel his aura." "That's good. That's good," Luo Meiying replied while patting her chest. Gui Chengxiang sighed at the side, as expected of a human who is fated to be able to endure the baptism of the dragon's blood. Even a rank 8 spirit beast might not have this kind of ability. Gui Chengxiang had already experienced the terror of the dragon's blood. He was well aware of the dangers within. If he was the slightest bit careless, he would immediately turn into a pool of blood and die here. In the past, the dragons would also let a few powerful spirit beasts experience the baptism of the dragon's blood. However, only 1/10 of them would be able to pass the test. In other words, only 1 out of 10 spirit beasts would be able to pass the baptism. This showed how terrifying the dragon pool was. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had the help of Lu Wang and an abnormal cultivation technique like the ancient emperor's divine technique. Only then did he survive the test of life and death and was able to refine the dragon's blood. If Luo Meiying were to enter with him, the consequences for her could be imagined. At this time, the Dragon King, who was watching the dragon pool from the void, also revealed a surprised expression. "It seems like it is, as the old Dragon King said, this human really is extraordinary. From now on, he can be considered a member of my clan." Inside the dragon pool, Ling Xiao was completely unaware of the situation outside. He only knew that he was greedily sucking in this extremely thick dragon's blood. His body was cleansed over and over again, and his muscles were strengthened several times. The dragon aura in his body was also relatively dense. He felt like he had an urge to transform into a dragon. However, he suppressed this thought. He was a human. How could he become a dragon's? Wouldn't he become a monster that was neither human nor dragon? He didn't have the confidence that he could evolve into a perfect true dragon with this body of his. Although Ling Xiao didn't transform into a dragon, his aura was soaring very quickly. He, who was originally a high-level celestial venerate, had already reached the bottleneck of a peak-stage celestial venerate. He just needed a little more to break through the barrier and become the mystic the Arch. Ling Xiao didn't expect all this to happen so quickly and so suddenly. While he was wild with joy, he increased the speed of circulating the ancient emperor's divine technique. The supreme primordial Guiyuan divine technique didn't slow down either. Under the sucking of these two divine techniques, the dragon's blood kept surging into his body with him as the center. The few people outside the dragon pool looked at the dragon's blood that had suddenly started to spin. They all revealed strange expressions. They thought that Ling Xiao was going to break out of the pool. Unfortunately, They realized that the dragon's blood was spinning faster and faster. However, no one was coming out of it. In the void, the Dragon King revealed a look of confusion. He murmured, How can he suck so much ancestors' blood essence? Could it be that he can really transform into my race's body? Ling Xiao didn't want to transform into a dragon. He just wanted to extract the dragon aura in the dragon's blood to help him improve his strength. However, his actions inadvertently allowed his body to absorb an excessive amount of dragon blood. More and more dragon scales appeared on the surface of his skin, and a dragon horn quietly appeared on his forehead. His eyebrows continued to grow longer like a dragon's whiskers. His eyes, ears, mouth were gradually showing signs of turning into a dragon's head. Bang! As he absorbed a large amount of dragon aura, this pure energy finally helped Ling Xiao break through the arch bottleneck. A huge aura suddenly exploded, causing the dragon's blood on both sides to split apart. Ling Xiao shot up from the blood pool. He opened his mouth and roared. Roar! A mighty dragon's roar sounded. It was many times stronger than the one he had released before. It caused the surroundings to shake. Just the aura of this dragon's roar was enough to kill martial artists below the mystic the arch tier. Chapter 888. Above the dragon pool, a dragon shadow was roaring incessantly. The terrifying sound waves caused the blood in the dragon pool to churn non-stop. It was a golden dragon that was tens of meters long. Its golden scales kept flashing, and there were 4 different colors around it. It looked like the king of dragons and was very noble. If one did not look closely, one would think that it was a real dragon. In fact, it was just a real dragon shadow that had condensed. Inside this golden true dragon was Ling Xiao, who had emerged from the dragon pool. His appearance had changed drastically. There were dragon horns on his head, dragon whiskers on his face, and dragon scales on his skin and flesh. He looked like a dragon man. His body had grown to twice its size, and his 4 limbs were exposed. They were as ferocious and powerful as dragon claws. His appearance was rather strange, and he emanated an immense dragon aura. It was not inferior to a Tier 7 true dragon divine beast at all. That surging aura had already reached the high-level mystic the arch realm. He stood there and made people have the urge to worship him. No one below the mystic the arch realm could withstand this pressure. Outside the dragon pool, Luo Meiying looked at Ling Xiao in shock. She said, Xiao, how did he become like this? She liked Ling Xiao. Even if Ling Xiao had changed, she would not dislike him. However, when she really had to face him, she still felt a little uncomfortable. She did not know if the current Ling Xiao was the same as the original Ling Xiao. The dragon lady did not reply. She did not know how to explain. She only felt that the current Ling Xiao had the source of intimacy with her. She felt that the current Ling Xiao was even more handsome and good-looking than before. Her heart was beating very fast. Gui Chengxiang, on the other hand, widened his eyes and muttered. He must have refined a lot of dragon blood and become a half-dragon. He should be considered a dragon man now. He is no longer a pure human. He is a member of my race. If there are more dragon pearls for him to swallow, perhaps, he can really become my race's crown prince. Every true dragon had its origin essence. Only the origin essence could become a true dragon. The origin of the true dragon clan was the dragon pearl, and the reason why Ling Xiao had not transformed into a true dragon even after refining a large amount of dragon blood was because he lacked the dragon pearl. If he were to swallow the dragon pearl at this moment, he could immediately transform into a dragon and become a member of the true dragon clan. Ling Xiao's generosity world was projected. It was a desolate world. Every tree, every grass, every flower seemed to come alive. There were also divine beasts roaring inside. Now, Ling Xiao's generosity world was several times larger than before. It had a range of at least 10,000 meters. This was a level that only high-stage mystic thearchs could deduce. He could actually do it now. There were many things in the world, and the spirituality was very realistic. especially that golden true dragon which was many times larger than before. It looked especially mighty and extraordinary, as though it was a living existence. Ling Xiao felt the surging power in his body. His face revealed a satisfied smile and said, "The first 5 transformations of the ancient sovereign divine art have been greatly improved. In the past, I could only increase my combat strength by 20 times. Now, I'm afraid I can increase my combat strength by more than 35 times. Haha, that's great. The ancient sovereign divine art. Besides its insane defense, it had another powerful effect. It could use the dragon energy to increase one's combat strength. Previously, when Ling Xiao cultivated all 5 elements, he could increase his combat strength by 5 times. After that, with the help of the dragon's blood essence, he perfected the ancient sovereign divine art and increased his combat strength by 15 times. Now that he had cleansed his body again, the dragon energy in his body had reached the perfected stage. His combat strength had increased again, and he could increase his combat strength by more than 35 times. With his current low-stage Mystic the Arch cultivation, if he used all his combat strength, it would be a piece of cake for him to kill a mid-stage Mystic the Arch. It wouldn't be a problem for him to fight a high-stage Mystic the Arch. After all, after reaching the Mystic the Arch tier, the power required for each tier was much greater. The difference between each tier was also rather large. Ling Xiao could fight a high-stage Mystic the Arch with 35 times his combat strength. It was already quite good. If he had other trump cards, Ling Xiao would be invincible within the Mystic the Arch tier. When his strength went up another level in the future, it wouldn't be a problem for him to fight a half-saint. At this moment, Ling Xiao could finally be considered a super-strong martial artist. The name of the Proud Smiling Palace was well-deserved. The Proud Smiling Palace would also have a representative that was comparable to a third-grade sect. After all, although his combat strength was on par with the Mystic the Arch, he wasn't the Mystic the Arch. He couldn't give people a feeling of complete submission. Now that he had reached this stage, if any forces wanted to plot against him like he and the others, they would have to think twice before they dared to do so. Ling Xiao didn't fly out of the dragon pool immediately. A golden dragon-shaped spear appeared in his hand. Wasn't this the golden dragon spear? It was emitting a dazzling light. A small dragon shadow emerged from the spear, as if it wanted to rush into the dragon pool. The golden dragon spear in Ling Xiao's hand was trembling. Ling Xiao almost couldn't suppress it. "Buddy, don't worry. I know how you feel. I'll let you drink as much as you want now." Ling Xiao smiled faintly and threw the golden dragon spear into the dragon pool. The golden dragon spear itself was a high-grade divine artifact that was made with dragon blood and various precious materials. If one wanted it to continue to evolve, one would have to have god-tier materials. Then, a divine weapon master would have to melt it down and reforge it. This was the most reliable and practical way. However, in the central region, there weren't more than a handful of divine weapon masters, let alone divine weapon masters. How could they melt the golden dragon spear and reforge it? There was another way, and that was to let the weapon develop a soul, allowing the weapon to evolve on its own. It was said that this method required a warrior's own blood to feed the weapon every day. As the warrior's body grew stronger, the weapon would also feel like it was connected to the warrior's flesh and blood. Moreover, there would often be mental power to communicate with the weapon. After countless days and nights, the weapon would develop a soul, and the weapon would have a chance to evolve on its own. This method was undoubtedly very difficult. It wasn't something that ordinary people could do. This was the case for the savage leopard and the blood-devouring demon saber. Back when the savage leopard's physical body was destroyed, it threw its soul into the blood-devouring demon saber, almost becoming one with it. As long as the savage leopard continued to evolve, the blood-devouring demon saber would also become stronger. This method was called the soul-nurturing method. Ling Xiao also knew about this method, but he didn't have the energy or patience to use it. A weapon that had reached the level of a divine weapon would already have a weapon soul. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to sense it. Ling Xiao hadn't been able to sense it, but when his body was filled with dragon qi, he sensed that there was dragon qi in the golden dragon spear. This dragon chi was undoubtedly where the weapon soul of the golden dragon spear was. There was a large amount of dragon blood in front of him. It was the tonic that the golden dragon spear desired the most. If it was soaked here once, it would definitely be able to condense a large amount of dragon chi. As a result, the grade of the golden dragon spear would also increase. In the future, it would definitely have a chance of becoming a divine weapon. When the golden dragon spear fell into the dragon pool, the weapon soul in the spear immediately floated out. It was a small golden dragon that looked quite mighty and extraordinary. It opened its head and actually absorbed the dragon chi in the pool. As the dragon chi entered its stomach, it actually grew at an extremely fast speed. Its original illusory appearance became even more real and agile, as if it had flesh and blood, appearing even more mighty. The dragon markings on the body of the golden dragon spear were also undergoing an inexplicable change, as if they were changing along with the dragon shadow. The body of the spear, however, seemed to be shining with a golden brilliance. Ling Xiao was overjoyed when he saw this scene. He felt that the golden dragon spear would definitely become a divine weapon. However, when he saw his palms that were covered in dragon scales, his eyes froze. He suspected that his eyes were playing tricks on him. He raised his hands in front of his eyes and said in panic, "What's going on? How did I become like this?" He formed an ice mirror in his hand and shone it at his own face. This is impossible." Ling Xiao cried out in shock. He saw that he had truly become neither a human nor a dragon. It was hard for him to accept that this was the truth. He must have been used to being narcissistic, and after changing his appearance, he didn't know how he would be able to meet others in the future. "Calm down. I must calm down. This might just be a temporary change. Who knows? I might be able to regain my human form tomorrow." Ling Xiao took a deep breath and muttered to himself. He was really consoling himself. He didn't know if he could return to his original appearance. At this time, the golden dragon spear flew up from the dragon pool. Swoosh! The golden light was dazzling, and its aura was no longer the same as before. Ling Xiao held it in his hands and suddenly had a different feeling, as if he could feel the joy of the golden dragon spear. Ling Xiao bit his blood essence and dripped it on the golden dragon spear. After the golden dragon spear devoured Ling Xiao's blood essence, the head of the spear actually changed slightly. The head of the spear was like a dragon's head, the body of the spear was like a dragon's body, and the handle of the spear was like a dragon's tail. The golden light flickered even more intensely, and a golden dragon appeared on the spear's body, continuously roared and roared around Ling Xiao, as if it was trying to curry favor with Ling Xiao. Everything seemed so magical. Ling Xiao raised his hand and caressed the dragon-shaped shadow. He felt a sense of familiarity. He sighed and said, "Looks like I still need to feed it with blood essence regularly. Only then will it have a chance to reach the level of a true divine weapon." The golden dragon spear didn't become a true divine weapon, but it had already reached the level of a semi-divine weapon. Its power was already stronger than before. The golden dragon shadow disappeared from the spear's body, and Ling Xiao's body moved back to the side of the dragon pool. Luo Meiying really wanted to pounce on him, but she stopped when she saw Ling Xiao's appearance. She felt that the current Ling Xiao gave her a sense of unfamiliarity. Instead, the dragon lady actually threw herself into Ling Xiao's arms. She had a faint smile on her face and said, "Boss, you're out." The dragon lady displayed an unprecedented joy, and there seemed to be a hint of gentleness. Chapter 889. Ling Xiao transformed into a dragon man and felt the dragon girl's beautiful and delicate body. Her full breasts made his heart flutter. At this moment, he actually didn't treat the dragon girl as a foreigner, but as a beautiful member of the opposite race. She deeply attracted him and made his heart restless. Just as Ling Xiao was about to respond, he looked at the bewildered Luo Meiying and came back to his senses. He gently pushed the dragon girl away and said, "Dragon girl, what's going on with boss?" The dragon girl's beautiful eyes were filled with emotion as she said, "Boss looks very handsome like this. Ling Xiao slapped his forehead and said, "You didn't answer the question. Quickly tell me, can boss still return to his original state?" The dragon girl continued to answer the question. "Isn't boss like this very good? Why do you need to recover?" Ling Xiao was speechless. He suddenly realized that the dragon girl was infatuated with him. He thought to himself, "It feels like this young master has become a handsome dragon. Damn, this is too much. Gui Qingxiang, what do you think is going on?" Ling Xiao turned to look at the smiling Gui Qingxiang and asked, "This is naturally the reason why you refined my clan's divine blood. You are now a half-dragon and a member of my clan." Gui Qingxiang's eyes shone brightly as he laughed happily. He seemed to be very happy to see Ling Xiao like this. Half-dragon body? Will this young master have to continue like this in the future? Ling Xiao said somewhat absent-mindedly. At this time, a faint voice sounded, "Don't worry. You can still change back to your human form." The Dragon King slowly descended from the sky. He had been paying attention to the movements in the dragon pool the entire time. Now that Ling Xiao had successfully cleansed his body and become a half-dragon, he naturally appeared. "Greetings, Your Majesty Dragon King." Gui Qingxiang and the dragon girl greeted the Dragon King. Ling Xiao looked nervous and expectant as he asked, "Your Majesty, Dragon King, is there any way for me to return to my original appearance?" Dragon King didn't answer immediately. Instead, he scanned Ling Xiao from head to toe with a smile. Then, he said something that almost made Ling Xiao vomit blood. "You look pretty handsome like this." If these words had come from a woman's mouth, Ling Xiao would have been pleased with himself and immediately replied, "Miss, you have good taste." However, this was said by a middle-aged man, and this middle-aged man was a true dragon. When Ling Xiao heard these words, he felt disgusted. He cursed in his heart, "Old glass, go to hell." At this time, the Dragon King continued, "Now, as Gui Qingxiang said, you are already a member of us dragons. At least half of your blood is the blood of us dragons. Otherwise, you wouldn't have become like this." After a pause, he continued, "If you want to return to your original appearance, it's actually very simple. You just need to withdraw the dragon chi from your body and transform it into your human aura. Naturally, you can return to your original state. However, in order to do this, you need to be able to control the dragon chi freely. This is actually the same principle as us dragons transforming into humans." "Can I control the dragon chi freely?" Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. The Dragon King nodded and replied, "Generally speaking, you need to reach the 8th order to transform. Therefore, as long as you reach that stage, you can—" Before he could finish speaking, his dragon eyes widened as he stared at Ling Xiao. He suddenly realized that the characteristics of Ling Xiao's dragons had actually gradually disappeared, and he had once again returned to his human appearance. "This seems to be quite easy." Ling Xiao spread his hands with a smile. He had finally returned to his human appearance, and he was overjoyed. How did you do it? You obviously need to reach the 8th order, or you need the shape-shifting grass to recover." The Dragon King asked absent-mindedly. Didn't you say that I can control the dragon chi freely? I just need to withdraw the dragon chi now, and I'll naturally change back. This doesn't seem difficult." Ling Xiao said with a smile. He gathered all the dragon chi in his body into his dantian, guided the spiritual chi in his dantian, and returned to his original appearance. He felt that this seemed very simple. "It seems that you are a mutant. Your human body is still dominant." The Dragon King sighed softly, and disappointment flashed in his dragon eyes. It's okay. If you let me go out like that, I don't know how to face people." Ling Xiao said happily. At this time, Luo Meiying finally rushed over, and her beautiful eyes were flowing with the color of worry. "Xiao, are you okay? You looked so strange just now." "I'm sorry to make you worry. I'm fine. Just a little change in my body," Ling Xiao said, caressing Luo Meiying's beautiful hair. He knew that his body was now different from ordinary people. It was indeed the body of a dragon man. He could transform back to his previous appearance at will, and that state was definitely his most powerful combat state. Although that state brought him a lot of energy, he was still used to this appearance. Otherwise, he didn't know how to face his parents, wife, and children when he returned. "By the way, Your Majesty Dragon King, thank you for the opportunity." Ling Xiao turned to the Dragon King and said with a bit of resentment in his tone. Although he had gained a lot from entering the dragon pool this time, he had experienced a narrow escape from death. If he didn't have the help of Lu Wang and the ancient emperor's divine skill, he was afraid that there would be only a pool of blood left. Fortunately, Luo Meiying didn't go down or she would have died. The dragon pool was such a dangerous place, but the Dragon King didn't warn them in advance. This really made Ling Xiao unhappy. He felt that the Dragon King was clearly trying to trick them. The Dragon King didn't have much of a reaction. He said with a serious face, "Come with me. The old Dragon King wants to see you." His words were directed at Ling Xiao and the Dragon Lady. He had no intention of inviting Luo Meiying. "The old Dragon King?" Ling Xiao asked in surprise. The old Dragon King was above the Dragon King. What kind of existence was this? Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. If the Dragon King asked the Dragon Lady to stay, he probably wouldn't have any excuse to refuse. "Forget it. It's best for the Dragon Lady to stay here." Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. Immediately afterward, Ling Xiao and the Dragon Lady followed the Dragon King to see the old Dragon King, while Luo Meiying was brought to another place by Gue Chengxiang to wait. The Dragon King brought Ling Xiao and the Dragon Lady to the pure and rich water attribute land. This place blocked their vision. Even the special power of the divine eyes couldn't see through it. The Dragon King bowed in a direction, and Ling Xiao and the Dragon Lady followed suit. The old Dragon King was at least an ancient existence, worthy of everyone's respect. "Old Dragon King, they're here," the Dragon King said. After a while, a figure slowly walked out from behind the mist. An old man with a bent body and a dragon staff in his hand slowly walked out. His face had a benevolent expression, giving people a kind and approachable feeling. He didn't look like an ordinary old man, and it was hard to imagine him. He was the most ancient and powerful existence of the dragons. The Dragon King hurried forward to help the old Dragon King, but the Dragon King unexpectedly refused. "My old arms and legs can still move." The Dragon Lady beside Ling Xiao excitedly stepped forward and knelt in front of the old Dragon King. "Greetings, old Dragon King." Ling Xiao also had an impulse to worship this old man, but he firmly suppressed it. He knew that this was a kind of impulse from the source, a kind of worship towards the leader of the clan. Ling Xiao already had the bloodline of the dragons, so he naturally had a heart of reverence for the king of the dragons. "Child, get up. Welcome back to my race." The old Dragon King smiled benevolently. The Dragon Lady respectfully stood up and returned to Ling Xiao's side. At this time, the old Dragon King glanced at Ling Xiao. Roar! An unparalleled azure dragon broke through the sky, its huge body thousands of meters long with infinite power, stirring up the stars and shattering them. It swallowed the dragon pearl, almost turning a piece of heaven and earth into ruins. At the same time, it could absorb all the seawater, and it could summon clouds and rain. It had endless power. In front of this azure dragon, Ling Xiao felt like he was like a chestnut in the sea. He couldn't be any more insignificant. If the azure dragon wanted to destroy him, it would be a matter of one breath. Ling Xiao's forehead was covered in sweat, and his back was completely soaked. When the azure dragon roared towards him, Ling Xiao didn't want to give up just like that. He unleashed all of his power. Ling Xiao roared and seemed to transform into a golden true dragon. He rushed towards the azure dragon, as if he was unwilling to be suppressed by the azure dragon. However, just before he reached the azure dragon disappeared, and the scene in front of him also disappeared. When Ling Xiao came back to his senses, he found that he had changed back to the appearance of a dragon man, and his whole body was surging with the blood of a dragon man. Now, he seemed to understand why he could increase his strength so much. It turned out that the other tenbin of the dragons was the dragon chi battle will, which could greatly increase one's strength. No wonder the dragons were the leaders of the divine beast clans. It seemed that it had something to do with this supreme dragon chi. Haha, not bad. Although it's not of our water clan, it is indeed the bloodline of the dragons, belonging to the Kim people. The old dragon king squinted his eyes and smiled. Ling Xiao calmed the shock in his heart, withdrew his dragon chi, and returned to his human form. He bowed to the old dragon king and said, "Greetings, old dragon king." He was sure that the illusion he saw just now was the old dragon king's real body. 1,000-meter-long dragon body was a terrifying existence. "Human, you are fated with my clan. Now that you have the body of a half-dragon, are you willing to become the crown prince of my clan?" The old dragon king looked at Ling Xiao and went straight to the point. This time, not only was Ling Xiao shocked, even the dragon king and the dragon lady stared at the old dragon king with their eyes wide open. They did not expect the old dragon king to offer such an attractive condition. Becoming the crown prince of the dragons would prove that Ling Xiao had completely given up his identity as a human and become a real dragon. If Ling Xiao wanted to achieve this, he would have to devour the Dragon Ball to achieve it. Could it be that the old dragon king really wanted to bestow a Dragon Ball to Ling Xiao? That was a treasure that all the spiritual beasts with the bloodline of the dragons dreamed of. Once he achieved the body of a true dragon, it would mean that he had become a member of the Divine Beast clan. He would become an existence above all other beasts, possessing supreme power and longevity. How should Ling Xiao choose? Chapter 890. The true dragon clan was the favored child of the heavens. They had all kinds of tenbin that other races could not compare to. They were known as the most powerful race in the world and were once the rulers of the continent. Although they had declined, all of their tenbin was still there, and their inheritance was still there. If Ling Xiao could become the crown prince of the true dragon clan, then he would completely become a true dragon. His strength would definitely increase by several times, and in the future, he would also have an unlimited lifespan to squander. In the face of absolute power and the temptation of his body, Ling Xiao began to waver. However, this thought only flashed through his mind. He had parents, a wife and children, as well as many beauties and friends. If he were to completely change into another race, what would they think? If he chose to become the crown prince of the true dragon clan, then he would become a disloyal, unfilial, heartless, and unjust person. Ling Xiao shook his head straightforwardly and said, "Thank you for old Dragon King's good intentions, but Ling Xiao feels that the current situation is quite good." "Boss." For the first time, Dragon Girl showed an anxious expression as she shouted. Dragon Girl had advanced into a true dragon as a dragon centipede, and knowing how difficult it was to obtain all of this, she naturally hoped that Ling Xiao would agree to old Dragon King's suggestion. Then her boss and she would truly become of the same race, and wouldn't they be able to be together? Apart from human beings, all other things in the world also have true feelings and intentions. Dragon King advised from the side, "You have to think carefully. Not everyone has such an opportunity. If you miss it, you won't have it again." Ling Xiao once again firmly said, "I am a human. I cannot abandon my skin and become a foreign race." Dragon King said unhappily, "Truly an ungrateful human." In his heart, the dragons were supreme existences. Now that he was rejected by a human, he naturally felt uncomfortable. Old Dragon King spoke again. "I won't force you, but you already have half of my clan's bloodline. You shouldn't deny this, right?" Ling Xiao nodded. "That's right. Could it be that the old Dragon King wants to take it back?" "No, since you are fated with my clan, it is also your good fortune. How can I, the dragons, go back on my words? Since you are not willing to be the crown prince of my clan, how about you be the guest general of my clan? This is similar to what you humans call an elder." The old Dragon King continued. "Guest general?" Ling Xiao was puzzled, then asked, "What are the conditions and restrictions?" There was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Ling Xiao had to understand clearly before he agreed. He could not fall into someone else's trap. "Human, don't push your luck." The Dragon King was starting to get angry. The old Dragon King had supreme authority in the dragons. Even the Dragon King had to listen to his orders without any complaints. Now, this human had doubted the old Dragon King's decision again and again, which really annoyed the Dragon King. The old Dragon King raised his hand to stop the Dragon King from speaking, then continued, "There's only one condition. That is, if my clan faces any disasters in the future, you just have to go through it together with my clan. You don't have to do anything else, and you can use the resources in the sea as you please. However, if you are in any danger, we, the dragons, will not help you." Ling Xiao did not understand why the old Dragon King would do this. With his current strength, he might not even be able to defeat a shrimp soldier or a crab general. If the dragons were to face a disaster, even if he stood on the dragon's side, how could he help the dragons? Could it be that the old Dragon King knows that I have a chance to become a saint or god in the future, so he is making a long-term investment? Ling Xiao thought proudly in his heart. If the Dragon King were to hear Ling Xiao's words, he would probably slap this fellow to death. "All right, then I will agree to your request." Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, but still agreed to the old Dragon King's request. The old Dragon King's conditions were already very good. He could take any resources in the sea as he pleased. If he did not agree to this, then his brain would be crushed. If he really angered the old Dragon King, then he would not be able to leave the Dragon Palace alive. "All right, then I will give you a gift that will allow you to move unhindered in the sea. If there is anything you need in the future, I will also be able to find you." The old Dragon King responded with satisfaction and waved his hand lightly. Show! A beam of pure blue light rushed into Ling Xiao's body like a bolt of lightning. Ling Xiao did not have any reaction at all. He immediately felt his chest heat up, as if there was a raging fire burning him. Ah! Ling Xiao fell to the ground and let out a blood-curdling scream. The clothes on his body were all torn apart. This was similar to the torment he had suffered in the dragon pool. It was so painful that he wanted to die. The dragon lady looked at Ling Xiao worriedly. At the same time, she asked the old Dragon King, "Old Dragon King, what did you do to boss?" "Don't worry, I will not harm him." The old Dragon King smiled faintly. The Dragon King did not understand. "Old Dragon King, your gift is too heavy." The dragon lady did not know what the old Dragon King had given her, but it did not mean that the Dragon King did not know. That was the old Dragon King's dragon scale. One should not underestimate such a dragon scale. It represented supreme authority among the dragons. It also meant that Ling Xiao had obtained the old Dragon King's approval. No one among the dragons could harm Ling Xiao. At the same time, the most precious thing about this dragon scale was its defensive ability. Putting aside the level of existence of the old Dragon King, at the very least, no human in the central region was a match for him. His dragon scale was definitely not comparable to a divine artifact in terms of defense. At a critical moment, it could definitely become a life-saving treasure for Ling Xiao. It could be said that the old Dragon King had given him another life. Ling Xiao's chest was burning. The dragon qi in his dantian instantly surged, forcibly rushing up his meridians and reaching his chest. The dragon qi and the dragon scale collided in an instant. There seemed to be a feeling of water melting between the two. The power between the two spread around Ling Xiao's body. It was as if his body had completely slipped through. Ling Xiao's pain immediately disappeared. It was replaced by a comfortable and calm feeling. He clearly felt as if there was something extra in his body. It seemed to listen to his call at any time, giving him infinite power. Ling Xiao was sweating all over. He stood up again. He looked at his chest. There was a pure blue scale the size of a palm. The scale was glowing with a faint light. It looked particularly magical and beautiful. "Is this a dragon scale?" Ling Xiao looked at the old Dragon King with a puzzled expression. The old Dragon King replied, "Yes, with it you can walk freely in the sea." He paused for a moment and said, "All right, you can go do what you need to do. 17, you can stay here for the time being." The dragon girl wanted to say something, but after being glanced at by the old Dragon King, she nodded obediently and walked to the old Dragon King's side. Ling Xiao naturally realized that the old Dragon King had decided not to let the dragon girl follow him out. He sighed in his heart and said, "Perhaps this is the most suitable place for the dragon girl to live." Ling Xiao followed the Dragon King and left the old Dragon King's palace. The Dragon King invited Ling Xiao to stay in the Dragon Palace for a few more days. However, Ling Xiao was no longer in the mood to do so. He had already seen what the Dragon Palace looked like. He had seen something that others would never be able to see in their lifetime. He had also been baptized by the dragon blood. His strength had become the true mystic, the Arch. He had also obtained the recognition of the dragons. This was a fruitful trip. Other than the dragon girl being left behind, he did not feel any regrets. Before leaving, Ling Xiao still hoped to collect some Tier 7 and Tier 8 spirit herbs from the periphery of the Dragon Palace. These were all heaven-defying items that were rarely seen outside. How could he let them go? There were many that he could not use at the moment. He also kept them and planted them in the medicine cauldron. Many of the resources in the medicine cauldron had to be exchanged for before they could be used. This was so that every alchemist who obtained the medicine cauldron could recycle it and not cause the spirit herbs to be used up. Ling Xiao had received help from the resources in the medicine cauldron many times. It was good to enrich it now. After all, it would be used by him in the future. Even if he fell one day in the future, it would be beneficial to the fated person. This could also be considered as a good karma. When passing by the periphery of the Dragon Palace, Ling Xiao saw the sunken ships again. He hesitated for a moment and said to Gue Chengxiang, "Gue Chengxiang, I want to take a look there. I wonder if it's possible." It was unknown how much wealth had been accumulated near these ships. Ling Xiao did not want to let it go. Gue Chengxiang smiled faintly and said, "Guest General, other than my clan's forbidden land, you can go anywhere else." Previously, when Gue Chengxiang found out that Ling Xiao had actually obtained a dragon scale from the old Dragon King, he was extremely envious. This was the highest reward of the dragons. He had served the old Dragon King for tens of thousands of years and had only obtained a piece. No one else had ever enjoyed such treatment. A human that even the old Dragon King admired, the old turtle naturally did not dare to neglect him. Ling Xiao did not immediately move over. Instead, he said worriedly, "That big snake won't eat this young master, right?" When he came in, he clearly remembered that there was a huge serpent guarding this place. "No, you are a guest general. My dragons have already reported it. It won't dare to do anything to you," Gue Chengxiang replied. Hearing Gue Chengxiang's confirmation, Ling Xiao impatiently entered the area of the ships. Sure enough, the moment he arrived, the serpent appeared. Ling Xiao could not help but be on guard. "Greetings, guest general." The serpent did not do anything to Ling Xiao. Instead, it respectfully lowered its head and greeted him. Only then did Ling Xiao relax and say, I want to take something from here. Do you mind?" "No, I don't mind. As long as the guest general likes it, you can take whatever you want," the serpent replied straightforwardly. Ling Xiao was immediately overjoyed. He impolitely began to sweep through the surroundings. There were many weapons left behind by humans here, as well as many spatial rings. When all of them were added together, it would be a huge harvest. Suddenly, Ling Xiao felt a strong energy fluctuation from the largest ship, as if something was summoning him from inside. Ling Xiao could not help but walk towards the ship. Chapter 891. There was a broken flag on top of the ship. Although the flag was damaged, the word Dongfang could still be seen embroidered on it. Ling Xiao picked it up and gently stroked the 1,000-year-old silk flag. He was certain that this was the Dongfang family's ship. Looking at the ship, it had been corroded by the seawater. The deck was made of rare wood that was thousands of years old. Now that it had decayed to this extent, it was obvious that this ship had been here for who knows how long. Could be hundreds of years or even thousands of years. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, then tore open a door that was almost completely broken, and stepped into the cabin. This is the water armor spear?" Ling Xiao asked in astonishment as he looked at the weapon commonly used by water mercenaries stuck in the middle of the ship. The water armor spear was different from a normal spear. His body wasn't long, but it had extensibility. Could be split into 2 or even 3 sections. It was a good weapon for killing water attribute spirit beasts. On the left and right side of the water armor spear, there were all sorts of strange sickle hooks. They were sharp and gave off a bloodthirsty aura. At the top of the spear, there was a shining pearl embedded in it. This pearl had been worn down by time, but it still carried traces of energy. Ling Xiao could clearly feel that it was this energy that had summoned him here. "I'm already here. Why don't you show yourself?" Ling Xiao calmly looked at the water armor spear and said indifferently. As his voice fell, a shadow quietly appeared by the water armor spear's side. It was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. His body was tall and mighty, and a powerful aura rushed out, causing the ship to shake. "I didn't expect you to be able to detect my presence." The old man didn't seem to be in a good state, and his voice was rather weak. "Hee. Then do you still intend to take over my body?" Ling Xiao looked at the old man with a playful expression. Generally, this kind of remnant soul, in order to resurrect, would take over another person's body and be reborn. Therefore, before Ling Xiao came in, he had already taken precautions. After all, his spiritual force was enormous. Back in the chaotic abyss of war, who knew how many powerful remnant souls he had absorbed? Of course, he was much more sensitive to this kind of remnant soul than others. The old man sighed. "Young friend, you are different from ordinary people. This old man has never thought of harming you. Moreover, I have long been locked on by that serpent's aura. If I make any strange movements, I won't be able to escape." "Then why did you find me?" Ling Xiao asked in confusion. He really didn't expect that this remnant soul was actually trapped by the serpent outside. Normally, spirit beasts wouldn't be able to sense spirits. Normally, spirit beasts wouldn't be able to sense spirits. Normally, spirit beasts would be able to sense spirits. However, the serpent also had this ability, so of the old man's soul would be able to stay here forever. Otherwise, with his mystic emperor stage soul power, he could just find a random human on the sea and regenerate. The old man revealed a sorrowful expression and said, "This old man has already fallen, and my soul power probably won't be able to hold on for long. I originally wanted to entrust my inheritance to you, but it's a pity that you don't have a water attribute physique." Ling Xiao smiled and said, "I have my ways. Just tell me what you want to do." This person's remnant soul had the strength of the mystic emperor. Perhaps he was an extraordinary person when he was alive. Could it be that he was a supreme figure of the Dongfang family? Sure enough, the old man said, "I am a member of the Dongfang family. More than 1,000 years ago, I wanted to hunt for treasures in the depths of the sea. Unexpectedly, just as I arrived here, I encountered that level 8 high-grade serpent. My Dongfang family's people were all annihilated, and only this old man is left here. This old man hopes that you can bring me back to my Dongfang family." Ling Xiao rolled his eyes. "What heavy reward? What if you fall out with me after we leave?" "Bastard. No, how can I? Dongfang Zhen. Go back on my words." The old man shouted anxiously. He had stayed here for more than 1,000 years, and of course he wanted to see the light of day again. Of course, he hoped that Ling Xiao could bring him out. Moreover, it wasn't that he didn't want to take over Ling Xiao's body to be reborn. He was afraid that if he made any strange moves, the serpent would really destroy him. Moreover, Ling Xiao had also displayed his strong side, and Dongfang Zhen didn't dare to act rashly. He could only try to persuade Ling Xiao with kind words, hoping that he could move Ling Xiao. As a powerful martial artist in this world, there was no such thing as a kind heart. They only had the heart of a strong martial artist who preyed on the weak. "There's no proof." Ling Xiao shook his head and said in disbelief, What do I have to do for you to believe me? My Dongfang family is a third-grade power, so you must have heard of it. Don't tell me I'm lying to you?" Dongfang Zhen paused for a moment before pointing at the water armor spear. "This is a low-grade saint artifact. As long as you're willing to help me out, it's yours. Ling Xiao had long since sensed that the water armor spear was extraordinary, but he hadn't expected it to be a low-grade saint artifact. It must have been because Dongfang Zhen had concealed its power. It's not like I can't take you out, Ling Xiao said, keeping him in suspense. Dongfang Zhen was overjoyed. Really? Then what conditions do you want? As long as I can do it, I'll definitely agree. That we'll talk about it after I think about it. But don't think about going back on your word once we get out. Even if you're a saint, Ling Xiao, will definitely be able to kill you once. Ling Xiao shouted very seriously. His voice was accompanied by a dragon's roar, and an enormous draconic might suppressed Dongfang Zhen's soul force by quite a bit. Little friend, don't worry. This old man will definitely not go against my oath, Dongfang Zhen said in a panic. He had already overestimated Ling Xiao, but when he felt Ling Xiao's might, he still felt that he had underestimated Ling Xiao. He thought to himself, this child is so young, but he's already at the mystic emperor's cultivation. Could it be that he has some kind of technique? Otherwise, with his young appearance, how could he have reached this level of cultivation? All right, then I'll bring you out. Ling Xiao nodded lightly, walked over, and held the water armor spear in his hand. Wang Wang. The water armor spear seemed to have a mind of its own and emitted a strong resistance, as if it didn't want Ling Xiao to touch it. There's even an artifact soul, not bad. Ling Xiao muttered to himself as he circulated his energy in his palm, directly suppressing the water armor spear's restlessness. Dongfang Zhen also turned into an afterimage and returned to the pearl at the top of the water armor spear. This pearl should have the effect of nourishing one's soul power. Otherwise, Dongfang Zhen would have long since disappeared into thin air in these 1,000 years. Ling Xiao didn't expect to meet the Dongfang family's supreme elder in this place. Thinking back to his agreement with Dongfang Jing, it seemed like the time was almost up. He didn't have any feelings for Dongfang Jing, but since a man had said it, he would be too embarrassed to take it back. Now that the East Sea and the Dongfang family were close, he might as well make a trip to the Dongfang family. This could also be considered as giving Dongfang Jing another chance to make a decision. If she was willing to live with his own woman, then there was no harm in accepting one more. If she couldn't let go of her identity, then he could just let go of this worry. Moreover, the Dongfang family was an ancient power like the spiritual martial hall. He just so happened to understand what kind of power the woman with the lotus pattern on her forehead was from. As long as he found some clues, he would definitely be able to find Yun Mingqi again. When Ling Xiao left with the water armor spear, the snake python naturally didn't dare to have any objections. It only thought to itself, this time, there's no one to play with me. Dongfang Zhen, who was inside the pearl, could naturally feel the snake python's respect towards Ling Xiao, and his heart was filled with shock. He knew that this snake python was an existence of the 8th step. Back then, he had suffered all of its torture, but now it was so respectful to the young man in front of him. It was truly hard for him to accept. He couldn't help but guess Ling Xiao's identity. Could it be that he's not a human, but a higher-level spirit beast that has taken human form? Guest General, have you settled your matter? Gui Chengxiang asked with a smile. All right, we're going out now. Gui Chengxiang, you guys don't have to send us off. Thank you for your hospitality. Ling Xiao said. To be honest, he had a rather cordial feeling towards this old turtle. After all, this old turtle had lived for who knows how many years. His strength was unfathomable like an ancient well, but he didn't have the slightest bit of arrogance. It was very easy for people to have a good impression of him. No problem. This old turtle rarely go out and walk around. Now is the right time to go out and slack off. Gui Qingxiang joked. Ling Xiao didn't force it anymore and brought Luo Meiing out to the sea. Along the way, he chatted happily with Gui Qingxiang. Gui Qingxiang also talked quite a lot. After a while, the two of them almost called each other brothers. Once again on the sea, Gui Chengxiang said with infinite pity, "It would be great if the guest general could stay in the Dragon Palace. This old turtle would have a companion and wouldn't be bored all day." Gui Chengxiang, it's better if your wife doesn't hear these words. Otherwise, she'll fight it out with me. Ling Xiao laughed. That woman doesn't have the guts. Gui Chengxiang raised his waist and said, And, Gui Chengxiang, you have a way with your wife. I admire you. Ling Xiao said respectfully and continued. Then I'll send you here. You can go back. Gui Chengxiang waved his hand and said, Don't be anxious. You've obtained great fortune in the palace, but your wife hasn't obtained any benefits. This old turtle knows that you humans all have protective spiritual beasts. I'll give your wife a protective spiritual beast. After saying that, he let out a strange hissing sound. This sound kept echoing above the boundless sea. Immediately after, in the other direction of the sea, there was a small hill-like thing moving. Looking carefully, it was discovered that the hill-like thing was the turtle shell of the spirit turtle. There were many mysterious patterns on the shell. This is, Luo Meiying said with a little fear. If this hill-like spiritual beast was given to her as a protective spiritual beast, she didn't know if she would dare to accept it. This is the sinner of my dragon turtle clan. In the past, he trespassed the forbidden area of my royal family and was imprisoned by me for 5,000 years. Now, I'll let him follow by your side and return his freedom. Gui Chengxiang's expression revealed some sadness. The giant turtle that swam over revealed its true body. It was 200 to 300 meters in size, which was really rare in the secular world. There were dragon horns on its head, and it had a fierce aura. Water sprayed from its nostrils, splashing in all directions. Chapter 892. Gui Chengxiang was a descendant of the dragons and contained a lot of the blood of the dragons. That was why he could become Gui Chengxiang of the dragons. He had served the old dragon king for tens of thousands of years and could be said to be a rare old monster in this world. Their dragon turtle lineage naturally had many descendants. The huge dragons that Gui Chengxiang summoned was his descendant. Because he was good at the forbidden land of the dragons, he was imprisoned under the water for 5,000 years and could not move at all. If it wasn't for Gui Chengxiang's high status in the dragons, he would have lost his descendant long ago. Gui Chengxiang felt guilty to the old dragon king and knew that he could no longer let this descendant stay in the dragon palace. That was why he did this favor and sent this descendant to Luo Meiying. On one hand, he could return the freedom of his descendant, and on the other hand, he could do Ling Xiao a favor. After all, Ling Xiao's status was the same as his, a member of the dragons. His status wasn't low, and he might have to rely on him in the future. The giant tortoise transformed into a robust man in his 30s. He carried a miniature tortoise shell on his back, as if it were impossible for the metamorphosis cultivators of their lineage to melt a tortoise shell. Greetings, grandfather. The strong man knelt down respectfully to Gui Chengxiang. Gui Chengxiang glanced at him indifferently and said, I'm not your grandfather anymore. You should have died when you violated the forbidden land of my tribe. If it wasn't for my king's mercy, you would still be alive. Now, I'll return your freedom to you, but you must serve this guest general's wife as your master. Are you willing? The strong man said with a panicked expression, Grandfather, I'm willing to stay by your side and serve you. I'll never step out of the dragon palace. The dragon turtle lineage also had its arrogant side. It was hard for him to accept serving a human who was of a lower level than him. Gui Chengxiang waved his hand and said, You have no choice. Either serve the guest general's wife as your master or continue to be suppressed for 10,000 years. The strong man's face was ashen. It was difficult to choose between the two choices. At this time, the tortoise transmitted a voice message to him. Serve the wife of the guest general as your master. Maybe one day, you will be able to clear your name and rise to the next level. The burly man's body and mind trembled as he stared closely at Gui Chengxiang. After a long while, he lowered his proud head and replied, I will follow grandfather's arrangements. Then, he opened his mouth and a sparkling and translucent beast core appeared in front of them. Gui Cheng said to Luo Meiying, Madam, please accept him. Luo Meiying did not act immediately. Instead, she turned her head to look at Ling Xiao. Only after Ling Xiao nodded his head did she control her mental energy and send it into the beast core. This was the master-servant contract between a human and a spiritual beast. In the future, this dragon turtle would be Luo Meiying's protective spiritual beast. Although Ling Xiao did not know the rank of this dragon turtle, he was sure that it was at least above the 8th rank. With such a powerful dragon turtle by Luo Meiying's side, he would no longer need to worry about Luo Meiying's safety in the future. Seeing Gui Chengxiang's faintly unbearable expression, Ling Xiao said to him, "Gui Chengxiang, don't worry. In the future, we will definitely not treat him unfairly. When we have time, we will also bring him back to the Dragon Palace to take a look." Gui Chengxiang nodded and said, "All right, then I will have to trouble the guest general." The burly man once again turned into a huge dragon turtle and landed on the water. Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying jumped onto the turtle's back and began their return journey. It had already been more than 4 months since they went out to sea. They had found the results they wanted and had an unexpected harvest. However, the dragon girl was left in the dragon palace. This made Ling Xiao unable to be happy no matter what. The dragon girl was brought out by him from the heaven-suppressing sect and had saved his life many times. Now that she had left, he no longer had any divine beasts by his side to rely on. Only Xiao Jin could accompany him, so he had to be more careful in the future. Otherwise, he could lose his life at any time. The dragon turtle's speed in the sea was extremely fast, and it also knew the direction where humans lived. It only took less than half a month to get close to the coast of the East Sea. Ling Xiao did not dare to be too ostentatious, so he immediately asked Luo Meiying to keep the dragon turtle. The two of them directly flew to the coast from the sea. At this time, the news of the 3 mercenary groups' leaders and most of their elites being killed had already spread. All sorts of rumors flew everywhere, all of them guessing why the 3 mercenary groups' leaders and most of their elites were killed. There were all sorts of guesses, but naturally, no one connected it to the palace master of the Laughing Palace, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying did not pay too much attention to it and directly rushed towards the city. However, before they could go far, they were immediately blocked by someone. "Brother-in-law, it really is you." A loud and clear voice shook the surrounding people's eardrums. In this world, only Dongfang Xiong of the Dongfang family dared to call Ling Xiao like this. Ling Xiao looked at the iron tower like Dongfang Xiong and thought of the remnant soul in the water armor spear. He felt that the two of them were quite similar, as expected of people of the same lineage. "Brother Dongfang, long time no see." Ling Xiao did not put on any airs as a palace master, and slightly cupped his hands towards Dongfang Xiong. Dongfang Xiong brought more than 10 people from the Dongfang family and patrolled near the pier. When Ling Xiao came from the sea, he immediately noticed him. Dongfang Xiong happily walked over and said with a smile, "A few months ago, I saw that you seemed to have gone into the sea. At that time, I thought that I was seeing things. I didn't expect it to really be you. Why did you come to our Dongfang family's territory and not enter? You will make my sister very sad." At the same time, Dongfang Xiong's gaze fell on Luo Meiying, who was beside Ling Xiao, and his eyes revealed a hint of amazement. A woman like Luo Meiying, who had an extremely plump figure and was full of charm, was truly a woman that Dongfang Xiong admired. Luo Meiying felt Dongfang Xiong's fiery gaze and turned her pretty face away, ignoring him. This instead aroused Dongfang Xiong's interest. However, Ling Xiao's words had undoubtedly poured cold water on him. "This is my wife, Luo Meiying. This time, I went out to sea with her to subdue a suitable water attribute spirit beast, so I won't disturb you." Dongfang Xiong's heart was filled with joy. He cursed in his heart. "If I knew that this brat was as romantic as the legendary evil emperor, how many beautiful women would he have by his side? To think that he wouldn't even let such a beautiful young woman go. How can we other men live? No matter what, now that I've seen you, it's not right for me to not come to our Dongfang family as a guest. If my sister were to find out, I would definitely be skinned alive." Dongfang Xiong adjusted his state of mind and said, "If that's the case, then I'll be nagging." Ling Xiao replied. Right now, he was just about to make a trip to the Dongfang family. Now that Dongfang Xiong had appeared to lead the way, it was for the best. Let's go. My sister has been nagging at you for the past few years. If you don't come, she'll get married. Dongfang Xiong was really familiar with him. He directly put his hand on Ling Zhao's shoulder and spoke, as if he was a good friend that he hadn't seen for many years. Ling Zhao did not reply. Instead, he changed the topic. Brother Dongfang, why are you on duty here? Dongfang Xiong's position in the Dongfang family should not be low. He was already a middle-stage Empyrean, but he was sent to patrol the pier. This was somewhat inconsistent with his identity. Dongfang Xiong revealed a vexed expression and said, This actually has something to do with you. Ling Xiao was puzzled. What does this have to do with me? Let's talk as we walk. You've come at the right time, Dongfang Xiong said. Thus, the three of them headed towards the city. Dongfang Xiong also told them the reason why he was patrolling and on duty. When they were in the chaotic abyss of war, Dongfang Jing had already taken a fancy to Ling Zhao's limitless potential. She had once made a 10-year agreement with Ling Xiao, allowing Ling Xiao to personally come to the Dongfang family to marry her. It was only later on that Dongfang Jing discovered that Ling Xiao already had many beautiful women by his side, causing her heart to waver. As the princess of the Dongfang family, she had a noble status that was above tens of thousands of people since she was young. How could she let go of her own pride to become Ling Zhao's concubine? However, it was impossible for Ling Xiao to raise her up, because the position of his wife had long since been taken. She needed time to think about it. At that time, Ling Xiao had also said that he would not force her. After all, the palm strike in the chaotic abyss of war was just an impulsive action on his part. Later on, as Ling Zhao's reputation spread, he established the proud Smiling Palace, fought against the Gu family, Sha Tian, and destroyed the Black Demon sect. All these deeds had already proved that Ling Xiao had become a new generation of Heaven's Chosen One, and had the potential to become a legend in the future. Every time Dongfang Jing received news about Ling Xiao, her heart would naturally be moved. Such a Heaven's Chosen One who shook the central region, suppressed his peers, and shocked the older generation. If she let him slip away from her side, perhaps it would be a lifetime of regret. Dongfang Jing decided that even if she had to be a concubine, she would stay by Ling Zhao's side because she believed that only such a peerless hero was worthy of her. Other men were not qualified. However, her decision did not represent the Dongfang family's decision. Although the Dongfang family was on good terms with the proud Smiling Palace, it did not mean that they were willing to marry Dongfang Jing to Ling Xiao. After all, the proud Smiling Palace's foundation was still too weak, and it was impossible to compare with the ancient forces that had been famous for a long time. It turned out that Kong Lan of the Spirit Martial Pavilion, who had the best chance to become the son-in-law of the Dongfang family, was already dead, so they could only settle for the next best thing. They were preparing to let Dongfang Jing marry the new leader of the Shangguan family, Shangguan Yun. It was not uncommon for the big forces to form an alliance, so that they could help each other in times of crisis. Dongfang Jing naturally did not want to marry Shangguan Yun, but she was grounded by the Dongfang family. Dongfang Xiong, on the other hand, supported Dongfang Jing's marriage to Ling Xiao. He tried to help Dongfang Jing escape from the family many times, but he was discovered. That was why Dongfang Xiong was sent to patrol the pier. After listening to Dongfang Xiong's words, Ling Xiao understood. This matter could be said to be related to him, but it could also be said that it had little to do with him. His relationship with Dongfang Jing was not deep. If Dongfang Jing could marry Shangguan Yun, it might not be a bad thing, but would a man dislike having too many women? Especially a beautiful woman like Dongfang Jing. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would not have impulsively clapped his hands with her to make an oath. As they spoke, they had already arrived at the Dongfang family's outer courtyard. Chapter 893. The Dongfang family was the same as the spiritual martial hall, an ancient power that had existed for tens of thousands of years. Their background was so rich that it was naturally not something that a single power could compare to. The outer courtyard of the Dongfang family was only inhabited by a few collateral relatives of the Dongfang family, and some members of the Dongfang family who did not cultivate tenbin. Naturally, there was a place that led to the true space of the Dongfang family. Dongfang Xiong brought Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying through the transmission array to the Dongfang family's true cultivation ground. Generally speaking, outsiders would not easily be allowed to enter this kind of important place. However, as the master of the proud smiling palace, Ling Xiao already had the tendency to be on par with the 18 powers. With Dongfang Zhen leading the way, he naturally would not be stopped. The area occupied by the Dongfang family's space was surprisingly much wider than that of the proud smiling residence. There were all sorts of ancient buildings, jade eaves, spirit birds flying, spirit grasses everywhere, and the fragrance of spirit flowers. Many warriors of the Dongfang family were walking around with smiles on their faces. They were dressed in bright-colored clothes and were all talking and laughing. The surrounding scenery was decorated in bright red, as if they were preparing for some joyous occasion. 3 days later will be the day of my little sister's marriage. Dongfang Xiong sighed, then said indignantly, "That brat Shangguan Yun is like a woman. How can he be worthy of my little sister?" After Ling Xiao heard this, he did not reply. He himself did not know how to deal with this matter, so he decided to wait and see first. At this time, a group of people came up to welcome them. A high-level Empyrean middle-aged man saw Dongfang Xiong and said, "Little Xiong, why did you come back instead of patrolling the dock? Could it be that you have forgotten your father's words?" Dongfang Xiong smiled amiably and said, "Eighth uncle, I am here to lead the way. This is our Dongfang family's true vassal, Ling Xiao." The middle-aged man glanced at Ling Xiao and did not realize who the young man in front of him was. He glared at Dongfang Xiong and said, "What nonsense are you spouting? 3 days from now is your sister Jing's wedding. Aren't you afraid of being punished to face the wall and reflect on your mistakes?" Dongfang Xiong laughed heartlessly and said, Hey, whether or not we can get married is another matter. Could it be that you don't recognize him, eighth uncle?" "Him? Didn't you say he was Ling?" The middle-aged man answered casually. Suddenly, he thought of something and his pupils shrank. He looked at Ling Xiao and exclaimed, "Are you the headmaster of the proud, smiling palace?" Ling Xiao replied calmly, "That's me." The middle-aged man immediately panicked and said, "So it's Palace Master Ling. I'm sorry for not coming out to greet you. Quick, please come in. Little Xiong, hurry up and inform the patriarch and the elders. Don't neglect Palace Master Ling." Ling Xiao was now the leader of a palace, and the power of the proud smiling palace was comparable to the power of the 18 forces. It was qualified to be on the same level as the Dongfang family. As an elder of the Dongfang family, the middle-aged man knew that he couldn't neglect Ling Xiao. Otherwise, it would show that the Dongfang family didn't know how to treat their guests. The sudden arrival of the palace master of the proud smiling palace, Ling Xiao, immediately attracted the attention of the Dongfang family. Dongfang Xiong also immediately informed his sister, Dongfang Jing. "You really came?" Dongfang Jing looked at Dongfang Xiong and asked in surprise. Her beauty was still unparalleled. She wore a feather hairpin on her head and wore light-colored silk, which outlined her already mature figure. Her beautiful eyes emitted a light of wisdom. Not only was Dongfang Jing outstanding in cultivation, her wisdom was also the deepest among the younger generation of the Dongfang family. Otherwise, she wouldn't have thrown her lifelong happiness onto Ling Xiao after seeing the battle between Ling Xiao and Yuan Zhantian. This kind of courage was not something that an ordinary young miss of a big family could do. She made an oath with Ling Xiao and agreed that Ling Xiao would come to the Dongfang family within 10 years. Actually, this was also a test of Ling Xiao's ability. However, it seemed like there was no need for a test now. Ling Xiao had already completely captured Dongfang Jing, and the key was to see if Ling Xiao really wanted her. She had been looking forward to this day for a long time. If she didn't come, she would really be forced to marry Shangguan Yun, and she would never be happy in her life. This was because she didn't have any feelings for that sissy Shangguan Yun, and it could even be said that she disliked him. Dongfang Xiong nodded his head and confirmed, "That's right, Sister Jing, you have to thank me a lot this time. If it wasn't for me, my brother-in-law would still be planning to pass through the door and not enter. This guy really deserves a beating. Dongfang Jing was very smart. Hearing Dongfang Xiong's words, her face turned ugly. You mean to say that he didn't come to find me? Dongfang Xiong knew that he had said the wrong thing, and immediately changed his words. Haha, how could that be? It's just that this kid doesn't know the way, and coincidentally met me, so I brought him here. Dongfang Jing frowned slightly and muttered, could it be that Dongfang Jing, really can't make him worry about me? Although she hadn't spent a period of time with Ling Xiao, in the past few years, his shadow had already existed in her heart. Unknowingly, Ling Xiao had already become very important in her heart. Sister Jing, you can't be. Are you going to marry that sissy Shangguan Yun because you're angry? Let me tell you, although brother-in-law is a little fickle, a little heartless, and a little dishonest, actually, on the whole, he's a good man. At least he has half of your big brother's ability. Only he's worthy of you. Although Dongfang Xiong was a big guy, his words weren't any more naggy than an old woman's, and his narcissism seemed to be a little thicker than Ling Xiao's. Dongfang Jing laughed out loud. Haha. Big brother, you're right. Although this guy doesn't have anything, he's a handsome man who can shake the heavens and earth. Only he's worthy of me. I, Dongfang Jing, will definitely make him obediently submit to my pomegranate skirt. Dongfang Jing quickly adjusted her state of mind and released her usual confidence. Haha, that's more like it. That's my good sister. Let's not talk about it anymore. I have to hurry up and inform the other elders. Dongfang Xiong also laughed. At this time, Dongfang Jing called out to him, Big brother, help me invite Grandma out. Isn't this making things difficult for me, big brother? Dongfang Xiong revealed an expression of fear and embarrassment. The grandmother of the Dongfang family was an ancestor-level existence. She had supreme authority in the family, and even the supreme elders had to be humble when they saw her. In the past, other than doting on her granddaughter, Dongfang Jing, she was extremely harsh to others. Dongfang Xiong had been reprimanded quite a bit, and a shadow had fallen over his heart. Big brother, I'm begging you. Only when Grandma comes can I go out and see him. Dongfang Jing begged. Dongfang Xiong clenched his teeth and said, All right, but after this is done, you must ask brother-in-law to reward me with a few Tier 7 medicinal pellets. It would be best if I could reach the profound emperor as soon as possible. All right, stop talking. Hurry up and go. Dongfang Jing didn't want to listen to Dongfang Xiong continue and pushed him out. Oh, Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying were solemnly received by the Dongfang family. The current patriarch of the Dongfang family, Dongfang Jun, and several supreme elders came out to accompany them. The current elder could only sit at the end of the table. This was only a representative of the Dongfang family, and not all of the Dongfang family's trump cards. Palace Master Ling has personally come. Dongfang Jun has not welcomed you from afar. I hope Palace Master Ling will forgive me. Dongfang Jun cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao very politely. He had the appearance of a middle-aged man, and he was tall and mighty. Just like Dongfang Zhen and Dongfang Xiong, he looked like a deity. He was already a low-stage mystic the Arch, and although he had retracted his aura, he still gave off an oppressive feeling. Ling Xiao was also a low-level profound emperor, but his foundation was many times stronger than others of the same level. Naturally, he didn't feel uncomfortable facing Dongfang Jun. Dongfang family patriarch is too polite. Ling Xiao has taken the liberty to disturb you this time. Please don't blame me. Ling Xiao replied. Haha, Palace Master Ling is so young, but you have already shaken the world and established your own sect. I really admire you. Dongfang Jun said respectfully and then said, I just don't know why Palace Master Ling has come to our Dongfang family this time. If you need our Dongfang family's help, we will do our best to help. Dongfang Jun was Dongfang Jing's biological father. He naturally knew what happened between his most beloved daughter and Ling Xiao in the chaotic abyss of war. He knew that his daughter was intelligent and had first-rate foresight. At first, he also approved of his daughter taking Ling Xiao as her son-in-law. However, after knowing that Ling Xiao already had many women, he dispelled the idea. How could his daughter marry someone else as a concubine? Wouldn't that be a disgrace to the Dongfang family? Later on, the martial spirit court and the Shangguan family came to propose marriage. Dongfang Jun decided to choose one of the two families as his son-in-law. Originally, the martial spirit court's Kang Lan was the first choice. However, she died mysteriously, which made them feel pity. They could only choose Shangguan Yun of the Shangguan family. To be honest, the men of the Dongfang family were all tall and mighty. They looked very powerful. However, this prospective son-in-law looked like a girl. This made them unhappy. However, Shangguan Yun was indeed outstanding among his peers. Thus, they could only choose him. Now that the wedding was approaching, the Dongfang family did not send an invitation to the proud smiling palace. They did not want to complicate matters. However, Ling Xiao's sudden arrival made Dongfang Jun vigilant. He asked Ling Xiao directly, wanting to know what Ling Xiao's intentions were. Just as Ling Xiao was about to say something, someone ran in from outside and said to Dongfang Jun, "Master, the son-in-law requests an audience. Invite him in." Dongfang Jun hesitated for a moment before replying. He then looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Palace Master Ling, my daughter's wedding is in 3 days. Since you're here, why don't you drink a few cups at our Dongfang family before you leave?" "That's right. Brother Ling is such a famous person. If you can attend my wedding, I will be deeply honored." A coquettish voice came from outside. This voice sounded like it came from a coquettish woman, but in reality he was a man as beautiful as a woman. He was the Dongfang family's son-in-law, Shangguan Yun. He was the leader of the Shangguan family's new generation. Chapter 894. Shangguan Yun and Ling Xiao had entered the abyss of war together and obtained the title of Imperial Killer. Although Ling Xiao had never paid attention to him, he knew that as the new leader of the Shangguan family, he had to have something special about him. Ling Xiao looked at Shangguan Yun, and his eyes widened. He swore that this was the first time he had seen such a beautiful man. His facial features were perfect, his hair was black, and his skin was white and tender. He was wearing a set of colorful clothes. If it wasn't for the Adam's apple on his throat and the protruding curve on his chest, anyone would think that he was a beautiful woman. Ling Xiao was jealous. He had always thought that he was a handsome man, but now he found out that there was someone even more devilish. It was hard for him to accept. Fortunately, this guy's voice was also like a woman's, which made Ling Xiao feel better. Otherwise, he really couldn't wait to immediately blast this perfect and delicate face into a pig's head. There were 2 old men who came in with Shangguan Yun, and they were both at the Mystic the Arch rank. "Greetings, father-in-law." Shangguan Yun bowed to Dongfang Jun. The wedding was only 3 days away, and it was not an exaggeration for Shangguan Yun to address him as such. Hearing this sissy voice, Dongfang Jun, who was sitting on the upper seat, shivered and felt extremely disgusted. If this was not his son-in-law, Dongfang Jun would have slapped him to death. Why did he choose such a man to be his son-in-law? Was there no man in the central region? Dispense with the formalities. This is Palace Master Ling of the proud smiling palace. I believe you already know him, so I won't introduce him, Dongfang Jun said. Of course, Palace Master Ling is a hero of our generation. I, Shangguan Yun, have always wanted to pay a visit to the proud smiling palace, but I was afraid that it would be too abrupt. Now that Palace Master Ling is here, it is my honor to celebrate my wedding. Shangguan Yun smiled politely. He looked at Ling Xiao with a hint of seduction. Ling Xiao felt his insides churning. It was really hard for him to imagine that a man could actually make such an appearance. Ling Xiao replied, "Ling Xiao just happened to pass by. I really didn't know it was Brother Shangguan's wedding. Otherwise, I would have prepared a big gift to congratulate you. I was really impolite. I, Shangguan Yun, am very happy that Palace Master Ling is here." Shangguan Yun actually strode over to Ling Xiao and said softly, He looked straight at Ling Xiao with admiration. Ling Xiao's hair stood on end as he thought to himself, "Don't tell me this guy likes men?" Ling Xiao did not dare to get entangled with Shangguan Yun anymore. He said to Dongfang Jun, "Dongfang family head, Miss Dongfang Jing and I are old acquaintances. This time I came as promised. I wonder if you can let me meet Miss Dongfang Jing." No matter what, since he had come to the Dongfang family, Ling Xiao should fulfill his promise. No matter what choice Dongfang Jing made, it didn't matter to him. He really came for little Jing. Dongfang Jun thought to himself. Almost everyone present knew about the agreement between Ling Xiao and Dongfang Jing, because when they decided to marry Dongfang Jing to Shangguan Yun, Dongfang Jing had said that she would not marry anyone other than Ling Xiao in her life. Dongfang Jun could only seal her cultivation, otherwise she would have already escaped from the Dongfang family and gone to the Laughing Palace. The expressions of the two great Xian emperors who came with Shangguan Yun darkened. Their marriage with the Dongfang family was imminent, and they absolutely could not allow any accidents to happen. Dongfang Jun also thought the same. He opened his mouth and said, "Palace Master Ling wants to see my daughter. It is her fortune. However, her wedding is imminent, so it is really inconvenient for her to come out and welcome you. I hope that Palace Master Ling will not blame me. When she and Xiao Yun get married, I will definitely let them toast you." The path had already been chosen, so Dongfang Jun could only bite the bullet and continue. At this time, he definitely could not let his daughter see Ling Xiao again, or else she would cause some trouble and ruin the atmosphere. Dongfang Jun's words had already been made clear, so Ling Xiao did not want to force it. He could only sigh and say, "Since that's the case." Before he could finish, another voice came from outside. "Greetings, ancestor. This is bad. It must be that little girl Xiao Jing who did this." Dongfang Jun thought to himself. Soon after, two women walked in from outside the door, one old and one young. They were the ancestor of the Dongfang family, the Dongfang family's grandmother, and beside her was Dongfang Jing. Grandma Dongfang was like an ordinary old woman, holding a dragon-shaped walking stick in her hand. She walked slowly, as if she had the heart but not the strength. Occasionally, she would cough a few times. Everyone in the hall immediately stood up and bowed to greet the old lady. Ling Xiao had no choice but to greet her. He could not see through this old woman's cultivation, but he could vaguely feel that when she walked, the air in the hall was disturbed, and everyone present felt suppressed. Sage, it's definitely a sage. Ling Xiao had interacted with many sages, and he could more or less use his spiritual energy to sense the subtle ripples that appeared when a sage appeared. "Grandma, why did you come out? The wedding is still 3 days away. I was planning to invite you out of seclusion then." Dongfang Jun very respectfully went up to support Grandma Dongfang, who knew that Grandma Dongfang would not give him face and did not take his hand. Instead, she lightly shook the dragon staff in her hand. Dong! The dragon staff shook the entire hall, and everyone present was shocked. "Do you all think that I, an old man, am useless?" Grandma Dongfang shouted. All the Dongfang family's grand supreme elders present started to panic. "Grandma, please calm down. Who provoked you?" A mid-level mystic the arch asked. "You people are so bold. You didn't even tell me in advance that Xiao Jing was going to get married. This is really going against the heavens." Grandma Dongfang looked around at everyone and scolded. None of the Dongfang family members present dared to say anything, afraid that this old ancestor would scold them all. In the end, Dongfang Jun had no choice but to bite the bullet and go forward. "Grandma, you worry too much. We just didn't want to disturb your cultivation." He then pointed at Shangguan Yun and introduced him. "This is Xiao Jing's future husband, Shangguan Yun. A few years ago, he obtained the title of Imperial Killer in the Imperial Ranking Tournament, just like Xiao Jing. Now, he has reached the strength of a high-level heavenly venerable. His future is limitless." Shangguan Yun tactfully went forward and bowed to Grandma Dongfang. Shangguan Yun pays his respects to Grandma. "What the hell are you doing? You actually got a woman to marry Xiao Jing." This is a great idea. Grandma Dongfang shouted angrily when she saw Shangguan Yun. For a moment, everyone was greatly embarrassed. Ling Xiao and Luo Meiying almost laughed out loud. Shangguan Yun's expression became incomparably awkward. If someone else had said this to him, he would have immediately fought with his life. At this time, the two mysterious emperors of the Shangguan family hurriedly walked out. One of them said, "Grandma Dongfang, please don't blame him. Yuner is a little handsome, but he is indeed a man." Shangguan Yun looked like a woman, which made the people of the Shangguan family feel depressed. If that was all, it would be fine, but his voice was also like a woman's voice, which made it hard for them to accept. If it wasn't for Shangguan Yun's strong cultivation tenbin since he was young, he would have been abandoned long ago. This was simply too embarrassing. Granny Dongfang looked up and said, "The men of my Dongfang family have always been tall and strong. That's what you call a 7-foot man. Xiao Jing is the princess of my family, so how can she marry a sissy? Are you people blind?" Granny Dongfang raised her eyes. None of the Dongfang family members present dared to raise their heads again. The two mysterious emperors of the Shangguan family were even more angry. They were both secretly cursing this old woman for not giving them face. Shangguan Yun was even more angry, but he couldn't flare up. "Grandma, don't be angry. They are also thinking for the family. Xiao Jing doesn't blame them," Dongfang Jing said sensibly. However, everyone could hear that she was retreating in order to advance. She was adding fuel to the fire. Sure enough, Grandma Dongfang shook her dragon staff again and scolded, "You people really have no backbone. Our Dongfang family has fallen to the point where we need to consolidate our position through marriage." At this time, Shangguan Yun was finally angry and said, "I, Shangguan Yun, was born like this, but it doesn't mean that I am not worthy of Jingjing. Let me ask you, in your Dongfang generation, besides Jingjing, who else can be my opponent?" After saying that, the strength of a high-level heavenly venerable was released from his body, proving his value. Before marrying Dongfang Jing, the Dongfang family had already conducted a test on Shangguan Yun. The younger generation of the Dongfang family were all defeated by Shangguan Yun, and two of them were high-level heavenly venerables of the older generation. In the end, he came to the conclusion that he looked like a woman, but his battle prowess was that of a real man. This was also the reason why the Dongfang family had agreed to this marriage after enduring Shangguan Yun's sissy appearance. This time, Grandma Dongfang was unhappy. She looked at Dongfang Jun with a cold face and asked, "Is what he said the truth? Even the sons of the Dongfang family were defeated by him?" Dongfang Jun revealed an embarrassed expression and said, This is a spar between young people, it can't be taken seriously." "Bastard. Our Dongfang family's men are all incomparably powerful. Yet, he can't even defeat a sissy." Cough, cough. Grandma Dongfang found it hard to accept this fact. She was so angry that she couldn't help but cough loudly. "Grandma, calm down." The people of the Dongfang family panicked. Dongfang Jing even stroked her back and advised, "Grandma, please calm down. Brother Shangguan has cultivated the Shangguan family's secret technique, the 1,000-flower realm, to great success. It's understandable for our Dongfang family's son to lose. The Shangguan family's long-lost 1,000-flower realm, divine art?" Grandma Dongfang revealed a surprised expression and then muttered, "No wonder he cultivated himself to be neither a man nor a woman." Shangguan Yun wanted to vomit blood. He really wanted to take off all his clothes to prove his identity. "The 1,000-flower realm is the supreme divine art of my Shangguan family. Since Grandma has heard of it, then you should know that my Xiao Yun's future is limitless. You shouldn't object to this marriage, right?" The Shangguan family's Emperor Xian said. The 1,000-flower realm was a divine art that the Shangguan family did not pass down in the past. However, it was extremely difficult to cultivate it to great success. Later on, no one succeeded in cultivating it, and it was gradually forgotten by people even thought to be lost. Shangguan Yun was a genius of the Shangguan family. He had actually successfully cultivated this divine art again. His combat power was extraordinary, which was why he was able to defeat the younger generation of the Dongfang family. Grandma Dongfang did not reply. Instead, she asked, "Which one is the palace master of the proud smiling palace?" "Ling Xiao." Chapter 895. Grandma Dongfang's question made everyone in the courtyard feel that something was wrong. Dongfang Jing was Grandma Dongfang's most beloved granddaughter. Now that she had been invited here, it was very likely that she had come for Ling Xiao. The expressions of Shangguan Yun and the two mystic emperors who came with him darkened. If this marriage failed, it would cause the Shangguan clan to lose all face. They must have already announced the date of the wedding to all forces and were waiting for the various forces to come and congratulate them. "This junior is Ling Xiao." "Greetings, senior." Ling Xiao stood up and bowed to Grandma Dongfang. Transcending the mortal realm and entering the divine realm was a great change for human warriors. Even though Ling Xiao's power shook the central region, he was still insignificant compared to Grandma Dongfang. It was difficult for him to put on the airs of a palace master. Grandma Dongfang looked at Ling Xiao. Her eyes emitted a deep light. She revealed a moved expression. "You are Ling Xiao. You have actually established yourself as an emperor." "What?" As soon as Grandma Dongfang said this, everyone present immediately cried out in surprise. Everyone's eyes fell on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had been restraining his aura. Ordinary people could not see through his cultivation. Unexpectedly, Granny Dongfang saw through him with a single glance. She was indeed worthy of being a saint. "I broke through by luck," Ling Xiao said humbly. His breakthrough was indeed a fluke. He did not expect that a large amount of dragon energy could also forcibly raise his strength by one level. This saved him a lot of time for cultivation. Dongfang Jing, who was beside Grandma Dongfang, stared at Ling Xiao with her beautiful eyes without blinking. The deep affection in her eyes was self-evident. "Only a man like this is worthy of me, Dongfang Jing." At this moment, Dongfang Jing's heart was incomparably firm. How old was Ling Xiao? He was only in his early 30s. This kind of emperor stage was simply rare even in ancient times. However, Ling Xiao had achieved this step. If he was not recognized as the only disciple of the evil emperor, many people would have thought that he might be the reincarnation of some saint. Otherwise, how could his advancement speed be so fast? Shangguan Yun, who was also a genius, stared at Ling Xiao. Not long ago, he had finally broken through to the high-level, heavenly venerable level. He had relied on many resources in his family to nurture him, as well as the thousand-flower realm that he had cultivated. A few years ago, the battle between Ling Xiao and Wu Bufan had shocked the world. Naturally, Shangguan Yun also wanted to have a chance to fight against the two of them. Their Shangguan family's Thousand Flowers realm also had the power to fight those of a higher level. But now that he had met Ling Xiao, he had broken through to the Dongfang, Shangguan Yun, he had no confidence. After all, he might have had the confidence to challenge Ling Xiao if they were at the same level, but now he didn't. Such a man is really strong. However, Shangguan Yun wasn't jealous at all. Instead, he was appreciative of Ling Xiao. He looked at Ling Xiao with a strange light in his eyes. If Ling Xiao were to hear this, he would be disgusted to death. "Good, very good. You are indeed the man that my Xiao Jing has taken a liking to. Are you willing to marry into our Dongfang family and become our subordinate? We will do our best to nurture you," Grandma Dongfang said happily. Shangguan Yun was better looking than Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao had the masculine and strong physique that a man should have. Furthermore, he was the Xian emperor at such a young age. This had aroused Grandma Dongfang's love for him. She had been in seclusion all year round and rarely left this place. She did not pay much attention to the outside world. She did not know about Ling Xiao's various battles. Nor did she know that the Smiling Palace had become as powerful as the Dongfang family. That was why she said this. "Grandma, Palace Lord Ling is an ambitious and ruthless person. His palace of the proud Smiling Palace has the power to shake the Gu clan, Sha Tian, and the Black Demon sect." Dongfang Jun couldn't help but remind her. Otherwise, they would be the ones to be scolded if they really made a fool of themselves. With this kind of ability, it seems that I, an old man, am really isolated from the outside world. No one actually told me about this. Grandma Dongfang said unhappily. She had a fiery temper, and few people in the Dongfang family could afford to provoke her. Who would dare to report these things and disturb her seclusion? Grandma. The spring of life that I brought back last time came from him, Dongfang Jing whispered in Grandma Dongfang's ear. And not a bad kid. Then you and him are the best choice, Grandma Dongfang said softly. She then looked at the three people from the Shangguan family and said, You guys go back. You sissy are not worthy of my Xiao Jing. Grandma Dongfang announced the dissolution of the marriage between the two families with an unquestionable tone. Dongfang Jing's heart was relieved. She wanted to complain to this grandma on the day of the wedding and change everything. Fortunately, her cousin came back in time and saved her happiness. Grandma, this matter. Dongfang Jun was in a difficult situation. Their family and the Shangguan family's marriage had already been announced to the world. If they suddenly made a change, what would happen to the Shangguan family and the powers that had come to congratulate them? Just do as I say. As for the others, besides returning the betrothal gifts, we will add another gift as an apology from the Dongfang family, Grandma Dongfang said with a wave of her hand. She was not an unreasonable person, and she still knew to compensate the Shangguan family. Grandma Dongfang, your actions will harm the alliance between the two families. One of the Shangguan family's mystic thearchs stood up and shouted in dissatisfaction. Another mystic thearch also said, That's right. The wedding date has been set. How can it be cancelled just like that? How are we going to explain this to the family? Shangguan Yun's expression was ugly. Although he did not speak, it showed that he was unwilling. Of course, only he knew what he was thinking in his heart. Then what do you think? Granny Dongfang lightly shook her dragon staff and glared at them with sharp eyes. They all took a few steps back at the same time, but they were not injured. Grandma, please calm down, Dongfang Jun exclaimed, then said, Little Jing, let me ask you, are you only willing to marry Palace Master Ling? Do you know that he already has a few wives? If you marry him, who knows what number of concubines you will be? Why do you have to do this? Now that things had come to this, Dongfang Jun could only settle this matter with the person involved. So this brat is still so fickle. How about this? Divorce all of your women and marry my little Jing. Grandma Dongfang looked at Ling Xiao angrily. Grandma Dongfang's words were undoubtedly very overbearing. In just a few words, she had annulled the marriage between the two families, and now she wanted Ling Xiao to divorce his wife. This was truly unreasonable. The three people from the Shangguan family also looked at Ling Xiao with delight. Dongfang Jing's beautiful eyes stared at Ling Xiao, looking forward to Ling Xiao's answer. However, with her intelligence, she had already guessed the real answer. She just had to wait for the moment he said it. Senior, your words are making things difficult for me. Although I, Ling Xiao, am a playboy, I love all of them deeply, and I will not abandon any of them. Today, I came to the Dongfang family only to fulfill my promise. As for Miss Dongfang's decision, it will depend on her heart, Ling Xiao replied firmly. Just as he had said, every one of his women was his greatest love. It was impossible for him to give up any one of them. Could it be that you think my little Jing is not worthy of you? Grandma Dongfang glared at Ling Xiao. No, Miss Dongfang is incomparably beautiful. A rare good woman in this world. It's just that I, Ling Xiao, already have a wife and a concubine, and it's hard for me to give up. Ling Xiao replied, then said to Dongfang Jing, Miss Dongfang, back then in the chaotic battle abyss, I made a vow with you on impulse, and also told you that I had another woman. Now, whether or not you are still willing to follow me, Ling Xiao, is up to you. Bastard, you don't want to abandon your woman, but you also want my little Jing. How can there be such a fair thing in this world? Get out. Grandma Dongfang was furious. Listening to Ling Xiao's words, it seemed like he didn't care much about her granddaughter, which made her very angry. She would never allow the little princess of the Dongfang family to become someone else's concubine. Sorry to disturb you, Meiying. Let's go. Ling Xiao left as soon as he said he would. He had already come as promised, and the result was no longer important. Wait a minute, Dongfang Jing called out, and floated in front of Ling Xiao. What else does Miss Dongfang want? Ling Xiao looked at Dongfang Jing politely and said, looking at the beauty in front of him, he had to admit that Dongfang Jing's beauty was not inferior to any of the women by his side. Even amongst those women of his, she was one of the best. If such a beauty were to be accepted into his backyard, he would naturally be very happy. However, he never wanted to make things difficult for others, so he could only wait for Dongfang Jing to make things difficult for him. If she was a little more stubborn and insisted on being his concubine, then he would reluctantly accept her. You said you want me to choose? I'll tell you now, I'll choose to go with you right now. Dongfang Jing stared at Ling Xiao without blinking, and said resolutely. The expressions of the three people from the Shangguan family darkened, while the expressions of the people from the Dongfang family did not look any better. Little Jing, don't mess around, Dongfang Jun said in a deep voice. No, Ling Xiao, he suppressed all the emperors on the emperor ascension list and took the first emperor's seat. I knew that such a man was worthy of me. Originally, I had the confidence to become his only woman, but he built his own forces, fought against 10,000 people, defeated Wu Bufan of the Spiritual Martial Pavilion, killed all the enemies, killed many super experts of the Gu family and Sha Tian, and also shook the Black Demon sect. Such a matchless man is a great hero in my heart. A great hero. Although I come from a famous family, I know that it is impossible for me to monopolize him, so I will be his concubine for now. In the future, he will definitely know how good I am, and will only love me. Dongfang Jing announced her thoughts in front of everyone. This was also a naked confession to Ling Xiao. Luo Meiying, who was beside Ling Xiao, could not help but praise in her heart. This woman is so brave. Ling Xiao was moved. He thought shyly in his heart. You can say these words to me alone. Why did you say it in the hall? It will make people very shy. If Ling Xiao's words were heard by those who were familiar with him, they would probably shout, Let's strike this guy to death. Since you have said so, how can I, Ling Xiao, disappoint you? Then come with me. If Ling Xiao did not make a statement, then he would be a man in vain. However, would it be easy for them to go out now? Chapter 896. Since Dongfang Jing was willing to follow him and become his concubine, and this woman was the little princess of the Dongfang family, a peerless beauty. If Ling Xiao didn't dare to accept this, then he wouldn't be him. Stop right there. Several voices shouted at the same time. One was shouted by Grandma Dongfang, one was Dongfang Jun, and the other was Shangguan Yun. Ling Xiao held Luo Meiying's hand with one hand and Dongfang Jing's hand with the other. He raised his head and looked at the people present, not revealing the slightest bit of panic. Grandma, please grant my wish. Dongfang Jing looked at Grandma Dongfang with a pitiful expression. She knew that as long as her grandmother spoke, nothing would be a problem. You little girl, why are you so stubborn? He already has so many women, why do you have to stick to him? Don't you think it's embarrassing? Grandma Dongfang said with a look of disappointment. Dongfang Jun said to Ling Xiao in a deep voice, Palace Master Ling, you have to think twice. If you do this, you will offend our Dongfang and Shangguan families. He, Senior Dongfang family head, I know you care about face, but if you force Miss Dongfang to marry someone she doesn't like, she won't be happy either. Although I, Ling Xiao, am a bit of a playboy, I also love any woman who loves me, so please don't obstruct me. Ling Xiao said calmly, Forget it, forget it. If you are willing to marry little Jing and make her your wife, and the other women will be your concubines, I will give it to you. Grandma Dongfang took a step back and said, it could be seen how much she doted on this granddaughter of the younger generation. However, would Ling Xiao agree to such a condition? Before Ling Xiao could say anything, Shangguan Yun objected. I object. Your Dongfang family has already accepted our betrothal gift, and she is already considered our Shangguan family's daughter-in-law. How can you let her marry someone else? Although he looked like a sissy when he was angry, he also had a bit of an imposing manner and could not be underestimated. The two mystic thearchs beside him were also glaring angrily at Ling Xiao. It seemed like they were ready to attack at any moment. At this time, Granny Dongfang said, "Forget it. You youngsters can settle your own matters." After saying that, she actually closed her eyes and no longer cared about this matter. Dongfang Jun glanced at her and didn't say anything else. Since Ling Xiao wanted to take his daughter away, he had to get past Shangguan Yun first. Otherwise, there was no point in talking about it. Shangguan Yun, let's forget about it. I won't like you. If we force ourselves to be together, we won't be happy, right? Dongfang Jing looked at Shangguan Yun and said. Shangguan Yun refused. Jing, feelings can be cultivated. You don't like me now, but that doesn't mean you won't like me in the future. Moreover, this represents the face of my Shangguan family. No matter what, you can't go with him or else. Our Shangguan family will definitely not let this matter go. That's right. Young Mistress Dongfang, please consider the long-term benefits of both clans. One of the Shangguan clan mystic thearchs said. The other Emperor Xian also said, Miss Dongfang is smarter than others. You should know that your father doesn't want you to make things difficult for him, right? Dongfang Jing looked at the three of them coldly and said resolutely, My happiness will be supported by me, and the fate of my Dongfang family will not be changed by others. Moreover, the man I choose will definitely make our Dongfang family more glorious. Dongfang Jing undoubtedly planned to place all of her happiness on Ling Xiao. At the same time, she also believed that Ling Xiao would be able to go further, and that her Dongfang family might have to rely on him in the future. Her far-sighted vision and powerful spirit were truly not something an ordinary woman could compare to. Ling Xiao was becoming more and more satisfied with Dongfang Jing. He felt that her words made his entire body feel calm. Palace Master Ling, do you think so too? Do you know the consequences of doing this? One of the Shangguan family's Emperor Xian looked at Ling Xiao and said. Ling Xiao laughed out loud. Haha, there's no room for discussion on this matter. I can't even protect my own woman. What kind of man is that? Whether it's your Shangguan family or the Dongfang family, I, Ling Xiao, don't want to offend you, but if you insist on keeping us here, then I can only offend you. With that said, Ling Xiao's aura rose without concealing it, and a tyrannical golden dragon aura filled the entire hall. It was as if everyone present had seen the birth of a peerless true dragon. That terrifying aura and supreme dragon might were enough to dazzle one's heart. If not for the fact that everyone present was a top-notch expert, they would have been shocked to the point of prostrating themselves in worship. Luo Meiying, who was beside Ling Xiao, was also on guard, and the aura of the Emperor stage was also released. In the Dragon Palace, the purest water attribute had already allowed her to completely consolidate her realm. Everyone present knew that Ling Xiao was extraordinary, but they didn't know that the young woman beside him was also a mystic emperor. How could they not be shocked? That's right, this Ling Xiao is also a grade 7 alchemist. How could we forget about this? Only then did everyone present remember Ling Xiao's other identity. It didn't seem difficult for him to create a super expert. Grandma Dongfang, who was sitting on the throne, didn't open her eyes, but in her heart, she thought to herself, this kid has some backbone, but I don't know if he's trying to be brave or if he has something else to rely on. Do you want to fight here? You are desecrating our Dongfang family's important land. One of the Dongfang family's high-level mystic emperor stood up and shouted. If they really wanted to fight here, the Dongfang family might completely kill Ling Xiao. This was the Dongfang family's important land, and they couldn't tolerate the slightest bit of pollution. Brother Shangguan, I'll give you a chance. The three of you come at me together. If you can defeat me, I won't bother you anymore. But if you lose, I'll call off the engagement. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before looking at Shangguan Yun. Are you serious? Shangguan Yun replied. There were two mid-tier mystic emperors beside him, and Ling Xiao was only a low-tier mystic emperor. Although he had the ability to fight above his cultivation level, he didn't think they would lose. Moreover, he had long wanted to test Ling Xiao's skills. Absolutely serious, and we will decide the winner within 10 moves. How about that? Ling Xiao said very confidently. Arrogant. One of the Shangguan family's mystic emperors couldn't help but shout. Since Palace Lord Ling is so confident, we will fulfill your wish. If we lose, we will forget about this matter. Another mystic emperor said. Ling Xiao was too arrogant. If he were to fight 1 against 3, perhaps they would have to consider it carefully. After all, Ling Xiao's battle prowess was too terrifying, but he actually wanted to defeat them within 10 moves. This was undoubtedly a provocation to them. They were dignified middle-stage mystic emperors, and they were all important figures in the Shangguan family. How could they be frightened by an opponent who was weaker than them? Shangguan Yun did not hesitate and said, Uncle Dongfang, please arrange a battlefield for us. We agree to this matter. Dongfang Jun looked at Grandma Dongfang again, then nodded and said, All right, since you have a way to resolve this without harming our relationship, that would be for the best. This time, Dongfang Jing finally heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, she started to worry for Ling Xiao. You will definitely win, right? Dongfang Jing asked Ling Xiao with her crystal-like beautiful eyes. Don't worry, Miss Dongfang. I won't lose you to anyone else. Ling Xiao revealed a faint smile and said confidently. So annoying you still call me Miss Dongfang. Dongfang Jing revealed a bashful expression and said angrily. Ling Xiao laughed foolishly. Hee. Then I call you Jingjing, little crystal? Or is it Sister Jing? Oh. The destructive power produced by the battle between the mystic emperor was not something that an ordinary martial artist could imagine. Therefore, the Dongfang family had arranged for them to fight in a barren land that was under their jurisdiction. There were no signs of human habitation within tens of thousands of miles, but there were many battle scars. From this, it could be seen that this was a place where some of the experts from the Dongfang family were sparring. Dongfang Jun brought more than 10 elders who had reached the Mystic Emperor stage to watch the battle. Naturally, a person of Grandma Dongfang's level would not come over. You guys can fight here. However, it's best not to kill anyone. Otherwise, my Dongfang family will not be able to explain to the two of you. Dongfang Jun said to the 3 people from the Shangguan family and Ling Xiao. Don't worry, Dongfang family head. We will know our limits. However, I'm afraid that Palace Master Ling will have to suffer a little. One of the Shangguan family's Xian Emperor said. That's right, the 2 of us can fight this battle. Xiao Yun, you can watch from the side. Another Xian Emperor said. However, Shangguan Yun said, No, I have long wanted to see Palace Master Ling's battle power. Now that I have the chance, I naturally do not want to miss it. The 2 Shangguan family's Xian emperors hesitated for a moment but still agreed. They knew that Shangguan Yun's battle power was not as simple as it seemed. Come on, I will defeat you in 10 moves. Ling Xiao leaped into the sky with 1 foot and said quietly. That overbearing aura spread out, and he looked like he was looking down on the world. What arrogance! I will first try Palace Master Ling's great move. One of the Shangguan Xian emperors was like a rock spreading its wings. In an instant, he flew above Ling Xiao's head. A pair of cold iron claws appeared on his palms. The claws flashed with a cold light, and with a force that could split mountains, they clawed at Ling Xiao's head. Middle-stage Xian emperors were extremely fast in both strength and speed. If Ling Xiao had not broken through to the Mystic Emperor realm, he would not have been able to catch them so easily. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. His body floated, and an afterimage remained in his original position. His real body had already retreated to the side. The Shangguan family's Xian emperor seemed to know that he could not hurt Ling Xiao with a single move. He spun in mid-air and shouted, 100 claws shatter rocks. Hundreds of yellow claws with a force that could destroy mountains grabbed at Ling Xiao. At the same time, the other Xian emperor also attacked. He seemed to have transformed into a giant stone man, and a mountain-like stone fist smashed at Ling Xiao's back. Shangguan Yun did not move, but his expression turned cold. His handsome face gave off a demonic feeling. Good move. Ling Zhao's warlike blood was boiling. He shouted loudly, and a golden aura soared into the sky. He was like a golden god of war, waving his fists and punching at the yellow claws and stone fist. Boom! Boom! The strong elements collided, and the whole area shook non-stop. Heaven and earth shatter rocks. Rocks flew everywhere. The two Shangguan family's Shen emperors fought with all their might, and their powerful moves exploded. Yellow claws flashed in the sky, and countless meteorites fell from the sky, drowning Ling Zhao in them. You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.